covering this up when we start to get close.
Okay. So we're ready to go? We're on, we're live. Okay, so I'm calling the select board meeting to order on February 7th, 2023 at 6:32 PM. Welcome, everyone. As usual, we start off with public comment for items that are not on the agenda. We limit that comment to 3 minutes. We don't respond because whatever you're talking about is obviously not on the agenda. I also want to say to the public that this is the second time we've used our new audio system. So if we'd like to hear from people as far as whether they see an improvement, we hope you do. We do know that one of the problems last week is that if we weren't close enough to the microphone, there was a problem. In mind, everybody, as you talk, try to get closer to the microphone, but we would like to hear from the public as far as whether you see hopefully a significant improvement from the OWL system. Okay. All right.
Yes, I have a
Mr.
comment.
Perry, 3 minutes.
Is this working? Is this working?
It should be.
My name is David Parry. I live at 22 Main Street. I was a former Selectman Planning Board member and member of many, many other committees. I have a comment to make tonight. It's some interesting news because so regarding the St. Mark's Road project. Now, I've always argued that your ex-DPW, former DPW director, made an exaggerated case that the existing intersection was failing because of, quote, flooding, end quote, which I don't think is the case. It was sort of minor ponding, which occurred intermittently and during heavy rain, and it was blocked by a stone wall built ironically by St. Mark's School. So if anyone should have repaired that, it should have been St. Mark's School at their cost, because they built a wall illegally without permits. But anyway, as it happens, it doesn't really matter, because in discussions last night with your engineers, Vanessa Hangen, they admitted that they've already installed a catch basin and manhole connected to a major pipe going down 85. And that catch basin is right up at the existing intersection. It wasn't designed for the existing intersection. It was designed for the parking lot to be provided for St. Mark's, a free parking lot for St. Mark's. But ironically, it's in exactly the right location to deal with any, quote, hypothetical flooding at the intersection. So I put it to you, the flooding problem at the intersection has been solved already. We don't have to spend 1 cent to cure the so-called exaggerated ills at the existing intersection. It's a fact. Greg Russell admitted it last night. Just go up there. You'll see a manhole in 85 and you'll see a place for the catch basin right in the middle of the existing intersection. So the flooding, so-called hypothetical flooding, has been solved. So there's nothing wrong with the existing road and the existing intersection whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Anyone else, public comment? I don't see anyone. Okay. Okay. Bring her. Can you?
I do have to first tell you that the sound is.
Patty, are you there?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say in advance that the sound is.
You guys hear?
definitely
I can.
louder.
Patty, we're having trouble hearing you. You want to try again? It might have been she's gone. Okay, we've got lots to do, so we're going to move on. So Patty, you can come back in with the MOU or at the end. All right. We are going to hear from our outside auditor tonight. So I believe that is Mr. Rosselli. Hi, Mr. Rosselli.
Hello,
Hi, there you are.
you got me?
Yeah, we got you. So welcome.
Okay,
Welcome.
thank you. Nice to see everyone.
Yep.
Can I share the screen? I have a,
Yes, you can share your screen. So just to
Okay.
introduce you to our Zoom audience, Ms. Rosselli is here to discuss the audit of our financial statements for the year ending 6/30/23. This is the second year that his firm has been hired to do the audit. So they are seasoned at this point. And so we all are looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
It's six
Great,
thirty
thank you.
twenty-two, right? 6:30:22.
Yep.
Did I say 23?
Yeah.
Sorry. So excuse me, 6:30, that'd be nice.
That's known as a
6/30/22 financial
perspective audit.
perspective. We know they're okay. So go ahead, Mr. Roselli.
Okay. All right, can everyone see the slides?
We can.
Okay, super. So, yeah, my name is Tony Roselli. I'm a partner in charge of the Southborough audit. And yes, this is an audit of fiscal year 22. It is our second audit. So basically, I've summarized the results into about 10 or 12 slides, and we can go through them one by one. Feel free to ask questions as we go or save them till the end. Okay, so today we'll talk about, I've already introduced myself. We'll talk about some economic trends, the bond rating, OPEB pension, some informational items, and some observations. And then if we haven't answered all our questions, we'll do that at the end. All right, for those of you who are new to the topic or the process, what's an audit? So for a government audit, it has to be performed in accordance with the government auditing standards, which are basically put together by some folks down in Washington, D.C., and they call it the Yellow Book. They require us to follow certain procedures when we're auditing a government that we normally don't follow when we're auditing a commercial enterprise. It requires a review of internal control over major transactions, and your major transactions are your payroll, your disbursements, and your receipt cycle. So those are your three major transaction cycles that we have to do some internal control work over those transactions. It requires risk assessment in those transaction cycles. Is the town vulnerable for errors in their financial statements, misappropriation, lack of controls, coding issues? Basically, we go through a risk assessment process, and it's a kick the tires. Is the town able to process transactions that the public can rely on? Next, if the town receives a certain level of federal funding, which is over $750,000, and it spends that $750,000, it's required to have an expanded audit, which is a single audit. So a single audit is an audit that we do that's an extension of our normal audit. It gets sent to the federal government. This is the second straight year that the town has qualified for a single audit. It never had it never qualified for the single audit in the few years before that. And it's happened because of receiving CARES money and some of the stimulus money that you've received from the federal government. Some of your educational grants have gotten increased, such as school lunch and things like that. So it was required this particular year, as it was last year. Next, we're going to give a clean opinion versus a qualified opinion. If we disagree with management on certain things, accounting treatment, or we find that the controls are so severe that we have material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, then we have to issue a qualified opinion. If we don't do that, we issue a clean opinion, and the town has received a clean opinion for fiscal 22. If we do have material weaknesses and significant deficiencies, we're required to issue a SAS 115 letter, which is a letter communicating those significant deficiencies and material weaknesses, which we had none. Okay, moving along, we'll talk about the economic trends in town, and we'll start with the reserve balances. So the town, and when we talk about reserve balances, it's basically the undesignated fund balance, which is equal to free cash, basically, in layman's terms, plus any stabilization funds you have, plus any reserves that for encumbrances that are for the next year. Those are how the bond rating agencies define your reserve balances. And in the last 2 years, last year, I believe it was 5.5, a little over, and this year it's just slightly higher at about 5.6. So pretty flat the last 2 years, but you can see the big increase from 2017, where it was 3.5 million. So basically, the town, like many other towns in the state, has enjoyed the great economic prosperity of the country, and has enjoyed these increases in reserve balances, so that the town is in a very solvent position, and that's reflected in your bond rating. How do you compare to the state and your peers? The town's reserve ratio, which is that prior slide, is your reserves divided by your total expenditures, and that is about 9.4%. The state average is about 10, so you're kind of slightly under the state average. The tier 1 metric for AAA bond rating is 15%. And even though you're not quite at 15%, you're in the tier 2. You have other very good attributes in your credit profile, which pushes you to the AAA, which you've enjoyed for a few years. So just to summarize, reserves were flat from 21 to 22. Like I said, about 5.5 versus 5.6 million. Your local receipts exceeded forecast by about 1.5. Your expenses were under budget by about 0.7, so 2.2 million. Positive result versus budget, but this was offset by some uses of free cash and other reserves. So it brought you to basically a flat situation. Your ratio, like I said, approximates state average. You're in the tier 2 bracket, which is 8 to 15%. You're at 10%. And the town has been rewarded with the AAA bond rating from Standard & Poor's, which is the highest possible investment grade you could have, and a AA1 from Moody's, which is 1 notch below the highest you could have. And just to give you a quick overview, I threw this up last year of how your score is determined. Basically, it goes into blocks, little buckets: institutional framework, economy, management, budgetary flexibility, budgetary performance, liquidity, and debt and contingent liabilities. Each one of those buckets gets a score, and the score is 1 being the highest and 5 being the lowest. And then there's a percent weight of that score. So you can see that the areas where you scored a 1, the economy, that's a percent weight of 30. So it was a significant part of your credit profile with Standard & Poor's. And what goes into that basically is what's your equalized valuation versus your population? What are the demographics of your population? Is it a wealthy community? Is it a not so wealthy community? And that's where you scored really high and got the 1 out of 5. Which was a 30% weight. So 30% of your grade is already a 1. Budgetary flexibility is where we talk about the 8% versus a 12% versus a 15%. You folks were in that 8 to 12% category. So you scored a 2 on that. Some of the areas you scored really well on were liquidity, which is cash versus your debt, and your debt and contingent liabilities, which were very appropriate with respect to your population, your budget, and so on. In the end, you got a 1.5, and basically, if you score under a 1.7, you're going to get your AAA. So this is kind of the scorecard of how you get to the AAA. So, so far, I've said a lot. Are there any questions in the presentation so far?
So I've
Okay.
got one. I've got one quick one.
Okay.
What does Moody's know that S&P doesn't, and vice versa? Why the difference in, I know it's not big, but why the difference in ratings? And number 2, what goes into the determination of the management score?
Okay, so on the first question, Moody's ratio is based mostly on equalized valuation. So they're looking for communities that have a lot of assessed value in their properties. So for example, if you're a Cambridge, which you're at 50 billion, or a Boston, which is over 100 billion, even a Newton, which is at around 30 billion, equalized valuation, you're going to stand a much better chance of getting the AAA than Southborough, which is, it's in the billions, but it's much less. I'm not sure exactly where Southborough is at, but it's much less. Usually Moody's is looking for 10 billion or higher to be in a tier 1 category for AAA. Whereas Standard & Poor looks more at wealth, equalized valuation as a percentage of population as opposed to total equalized valuation. So those slight differences in the metrics are what caused one to be a AAA and one to be slightly less than a AAA. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. And on the second one, the management score is basically, it's based on, number one, what are your policies and procedures to make sure that your reserves are adequate to provide emergency, to provide supplements to your budget, to provide you with enough cushion to get through the fiscal year, through the next 5 fiscal years. And the way they look at that is they want to see that you're doing forecasts, 5-year forecasts. They want to see that you're doing capital improvement forecasts, 5 years. They want to see that you've got a full set of policies and procedures that are being followed. That in those policies and procedures, you define what your reserve ratios are going to be. For example, you say that in your policies, you would say, we would like our stabilization balance to be X% of budget. We would like our undesignated general fund to be X% of budget. So they look for that. They also look for how your debt levels are going to be, how your cash levels are going to be. So they're looking basically for, is management checking off all those boxes? And under the management, there's subcategories. This is, I believe, 7 of them. And they score through each one of them. It's very subjective. A 2 is a very, very good score. To get a 1, it has to be near perfect to get a 1 on your management score. They scored you a 2 from what I saw in your profile score. So I'm not sure where they nicked you to get you from 1 to 2, but 2 is still a very is an excellent score. I don't see too many higher than 2. So hopefully that answers that question.
Yes. Anybody else?
Any other questions?
Nope. So keep going.
Okay. So once you've got a AAA bond rating, especially in this environment, you want to keep it. It's going to save you lots and lots of money in financing costs as you go through your projects. So some of the ways that you maintain that bond rating is you conserve your free cash for one-time items such as snow and ice deficit or capital improvements, things that are not going to recur. If the S&P starts seeing you use free cash in your budget, they start to put out little warnings that you probably shouldn't do that, because at some point you may not be able to replenish the free cash and you could have a structural budget deficit. So it's very important for your free cash to be for one-time items and typically capital, and like I said, snow and ice deficits. Make efforts to replenish free cash. So if you are planning to use your free cash for some capital, and you did use some for snow and ice, in your next budget cycle, you may want to forecast the revenues a little more conservatively. You may want to look at ways to enhance your revenue, or you may want to monitor your budget a little more aggressively and use those turnbacks to replenish free cash. Always prepare long-term financial projections so you know where the hiccups are and what you need to do and act as a management team to have the least severe impact of those hiccups as they occur. Enforce your financial reserve policies and continue funding or increasing your funding of OPEB. That's an area where they are looking at is OPEB is a it's a liability that you have an option to fund. So they really look closely at that. Your pension, you have to fund under the Mass General laws. Your OPEB, you don't have to. There's a lot of towns that have chosen to not fund OPEB that much, very, very minimal. And they're the ones that are not getting good bond ratings. But showing a decent increase to your OPEB with a long-term plan to maybe take your pension windfall when that's fully funded and revert that over to OPEB to stop funding your OPEB is a good strategy to have. Okay. And while we mentioned other post-employment benefits, we can segue right into my commentary on it. So other post-employment benefits became effective in 2017 on a measurement basis for your financial statements. So that was GASB 74 and 75, 17 and 18. So that's when it really became noticeable, where it really became, hey, we have a liability and it's a pretty big liability. What do we do about it? So the town's liability is about 47 million as of the end of the fiscal year. It is flat when you compare it to the prior year, which was also slightly higher. So I think it may have gone down like maybe just under $100,000. The discount rate that was used is 6.05. So that's basically a blend of your investment rate plus the AA municipal bond rate. They take a blend, they figure out when you're going to run out of money, and they come back and come up with a discount rate. This actuary used 6.05 as your discount rate. There's currently $2.6 million in the fund. That's the money that the town has contributed to your trust fund, which you established for OPEB. And the average age of employees is 47. Now, for those in the audience that are not familiar with what other post-employment benefits are, it's basically your employees are earning the right to benefits when they retire. One is pension, which is one bucket. So you have to give them a pension when they retire. And you also, if they vest and qualify, you have to provide them with insurance benefits, life insurance and health benefits. So those are being earned as they are employed with the town. And the GASB says, hey, and the GASB is our accounting authority, says, hey, if they're earning it as they're employed with the town, then there's a liability that's occurring that you need to recognize. And that's where the 47 million comes from. It doesn't mean you owe it tomorrow, but eventually, as people retire, you're going to have to pay more and more. Now, people are living well into the 80s and 90s now with all the advances in medicine. So this liability has gotten bigger over the last 10 years. And so has your pension liability. The pension liabilities were originally designed when life expectancies were in the low 70s back 50 or 60 years ago. So, so this is where towns are running into some financial challenges, funding these liabilities that aren't really liabilities now, but they become liabilities as people retire. So, so it's important to keep track of these, keep on top of them. And we'll talk about pension in the next slide, but with respect to OPEB, you've got 2.6 million put away. I think the philosophy here in town is that when the Worcester County pension system is fully funded, that the money that you're putting every year into the Worcester County pension system will be diverted to putting more money towards your other post-employment benefits liability. Okay, the next one is the pension liability. Okay, this has been the GASB 68, which rules the pension liability, has been around since 2015. As of June 30, 22, the Southborough share of the net pension liability is 26.4 million. This is 2.4 million less than the prior year, so that's good news. And basically that reflects that you're measured at the end of December 31st of 21, the fiscal 22. What happened in 21 was there was a very good investment year in the financial markets, and that helped boost your unfunded liability. It helped reduce your unfunded liability. I suspect that for the year ended 22, it's probably going to drop a little bit. But for the information we have, you're 2.5 million less than the prior year. The discount rate used was 7.25. The percentage funded is 56.2. It's a big improvement over the prior year, which was 50%, but it still lags the state average, which is 70%. So Worcester County has been behind. They're starting to catch up by assessing more, which is not good news for municipalities. And in talking to the actuary, she has told me that towns should expect about a 10% increase a year in their assessment for the foreseeable future until you really start to make a further dent in that unfunded liability. Any questions on OPEB or pension before we move on to the next topic?
Go ahead.
I have a question, Tony. Thanks. Your comments about Worcester County are interesting. I've watched that over the years, and the data I've seen suggests that the Worcester County retirement group, it lags substantially behind all the others in the state. And I'm assuming that's directly driven by their portfolio performance. Is that what basically drives that?
Portfolio performance can drive that, or accepting a longer length funding. Like many of them are fully funded 2028, 2030, 2032. Worcester, I believe, is out around 35 or 36.
Right.
So they're one of the longer ones, which is it's gonna help the communities in the short run because your assessment's gonna be lower. But you're basically kicking the can down the road a little bit when you do that because you're increasing your assessments later. So, so in terms of investment performance, it's not as much a factor because a lot of these pensions are investing in the same sort of, in the same type of investment. And I'm seeing the same percentage returns very closely as I look at these. One thing we started to talk about last year was POBs, which are the pension obligation bonds. And I did a seminar on it last summer. The environment has changed substantially recently, but if you thought about it last year doing a pension obligation bond when the bond rates were 2 or 3%, which Andover did, Brockton did, I believe Quincy did. They all took advantage of these very low bond rates at 2% because your presumed rate of return is 7%. So there's a 5% arbitrage advantage there for your pension. And seizing that moment, that black swan event that caused those rates to drop so much, it looks like it's going to be an advantageous strategic move for these communities. They basically went out and borrowed their entire unfunded liability. So now they have a debt schedule at 2 or 3% rather than a unfunded liability schedule at 7%. So there's a savings there, which I thought was a really good move on their part. The only problem with that is you have to get special legislation, and it takes about a year to get the special legislation. So they already had it in place from years ago so that they could move on that black swan event where a lot of communities didn't have it in place. And by the time you've gone through the process of getting special legislation, the interest rates have now jumped back up. So that to get a non-taxable bond right now, you're at 5 or 6%, which is too close for me to advise you to go out and get a POB because you're only 1% off your presumed investment rate of return.
But that might be an interesting strategy for us to consider getting that legislation in place.
I'm recommending that to my clients. Get the legislation so that if you have a black swan event, you can jump in and do a POB. And Worcester County is one of the counties that will allow a POB. Some of them don't. So yes, getting that legislation so that you're ready. I mean, if you think back to March of 20, the rates were under 1% because of the pandemic, and the feds went to a 0% borrowing rate. Municipalities were borrowing at 0.7, 0.9%. Can you imagine doing a POB at that time and also taking advantage of the market increase? The market's doubled since.
Can't believe anybody would lend at that rate. It's amazing. So
yeah,
again, we don't need to drive it into the ground here now, but I think interesting topic for the future.
Okay, just to be clear, he's saying do this town by town or?
Town by town.
Okay, so it doesn't matter who else is doing what in the Worcester
Yeah, right. We could do
retirement
it
system.
That's
We
right.
could do it ourselves.
and be ready should that opportunity arise later. And Tony, follow up quick one. I don't know that there's anything we can actually do about the poor performance of the Worcester County plan at this point as an individual town. We just sort of have to write it out and hope they do better. Is that?
The only thing you can do is what I'm recommending some of my towns do that are in counties that have to share their pension obligation with other towns that are not as fortunate as you. So you've got affluent towns, you've got not so affluent towns, and Worcester County is trying to balance that with the assessments so they don't have a budget cruncher. What I'm recommending that the more affluent towns do is create a pension stabilization fund. So you start to put a little bit of extra money into this pension stabilization fund so that when those assessments do increase, you can now access the pension stabilization fund so that you can kind of have a smooth budget process and stabilize that rate. If you have funds now, that's a great idea. So a lot of towns that are my clients have done that are in counties.
That doesn't save us any money. It just changes the timing of the payments, basically.
It changes the timing. So instead of 5 years from now, your pension assessment might be double what it is now, because if you
Right.
compound that 10% over 5 years, if you put it in a stabilization account, earning interest, it can help
Right.
mitigate
Right.
that, but it will not help the performance
Okay.
of the pension
Right.
itself.
Okay, thank you. Kathy, you had a question?
I just have one more. I don't want to get hung up on this. I know you got many good slides. So everybody should focus on the next to last bullet point here, expected to drop for 12/31/22 because what the market did. But the market really went down the first part of 22 and then stabilized. And so the real drop was the first part. So I'm surprised that the second 6 months you think is the problem and not the first 6 months. But I know I spent a lot of time. It is what it is, but
Yeah, well, it goes by calendar year, the pension. So 12/31/21, we can all agree that calendar year was a
okay,
great
never
year.
mind then. Okay, never mind if it's calendar year. So I get it.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Yeah.
Yes.
So. Okay, and
go.
I'm excited to see what the results are, because if you're in, most of these pensions are going to be invested in blue chippers and not so much the growth and the riskier stocks. So, and the Dow really didn't take as big a hit as the NASDAQ. So I'm going to be excited to see, and we got some increases in bond rates. So those could have offset some of this also if pensions were shifting over to fixed income. So we'll see what happens at the end of when we get the valuations. Okay, so if there's no questions on that, we'll go to the next. Just real quick on ARPA. I'm not sure if last year it had happened yet, but you had the $10 million exemption rule where anyone that was under 10 million is able to spend ARPA basically on any government service. I believe last year when you first got the ARPA, it had to go into one of 4 buckets. A lot of communities were having trouble putting their ARPA allocation into those 4 buckets. The federal government heard that loud and clear and said, if you're under 10 million, which was about 95% of the communities in the country, then you can use it on any government purpose. So the town's been allocated a little over 3 million. You've received 1.5 million as of June 30th, 22. You haven't spent any yet. From what I can see, as of June 30th, 22, you may have since then. You've got to obligate it by December 31st of 24 and disperse it by December 21st of December 31st of 26. Sorry, there's a typo there. December 31st of 26. So just keep those dates in mind so you don't lose that any of your allotment. Okay. Some informational items. We talked about SAS 115, which is your material weaknesses and significant deficiencies. There were none. Here's, network security. I can't overemphasize one of my communities that has a brilliant IT department that has got all kinds of controls in place that seemed as secure as possible, got some ransomware at their schools, and the schools were locked out. I don't know if they're back up, but they locked out for 3 days. They had to send the school kids home. There's a ransom note that X number of dollars to release the files, and it's really caused a lot of havoc. This just happened last week. So I continue to put this in my alerts to management. Just continue challenging the system you have in place. Make sure you got the firewalls, make sure you got the training in place. Just make sure you're doing everything you possibly can to avoid those headlines, because they're embarrassing headlines when they happen. The hackers are always trying to stay one step ahead of the security people. Do network security audits, get the specialists in to see if you're vulnerable in any areas, and do what you can here. There's a lot at stake. Money going to different countries because people aren't trained and they're giving passwords out online. They're hitting links they shouldn't be hitting. So very important area of municipal right now. Next, just fraud risk mitigation. Town does a really good job of this, looking at departments that handle cash. How quickly do they turn funds over? Do they reconcile receipts to did they reconcile the cash received to receipts that they're giving the customer? What are they doing to mitigate any sort of an issue there? And the accounting department does a nice job of overseeing those departments, and the treasury does a nice job of making sure those funds do get in a timely fashion into the town coffers rather than sitting around in drawers in departments. Long-term obligations we've spoken about, that's the OPEB and the pension. And this last one's a really interesting topic, which I hope the town is taking advantage of. I did a webinar a couple of months ago, and we discussed T-bills. Today, I looked at the T-bills this morning. They were, I think, 4.84 for a 12-month T-bill. And it's anything under 12 months or under is legal for the municipality to enter into. So what I'm telling communities to do, what I'm recommending is do a cash flow forecast, determine what your excess cash is, and find a place to put that where you can make the most bang for your dollars, whether it's the MMDT, whether it's T-bills, whether it's CDs. And what's happened with the rise in interest rates is the flip side, the investment income is going up. So as you're doing your borrowings, everyone's saying, hey, we're getting hit on our borrowings. Well, on the other side, take advantage of what's going on the other side. The town has some cash. It's at June 30th, 22. It still had not been investing in higher yielding securities, but those weren't happening yet. They've been happening basically since then. So hopefully the Treasury Department's looking at this, working with your financial advisors to get some more bang for your buck on the investment income. Any questions on the informational items?
5 no's, keep going.
Okay, super. Okay, observations, we had 3. Assessors overlay balances. I noticed they're a little higher than they probably should be. So the assessors overlay is the amount that you reserve at the beginning of each tax cycle. So when you set your tax rate, you put aside a certain amount for what you believe won't be collected, or that someone will contest and you'll lose as it's contested at the appellate tax court. So each year you put aside a certain amount. At the end of the year, there's going to be a certain amount left over. You will allocate conservatively, most towns do this, more than what the abatement is going to be. So there's a little bit left over each year. If you don't bring that back if the assessors don't release that, it accumulates from year to year. And this one's accumulated to a fairly large balance. We do get a letter from the assessor asking what's at the appellate tax court, because sometimes assessors are saving this up in case there's a big decision against them. And we went through the analysis. It looked like there was some extra funds there. Off the top of my head, I don't recall exactly how much, but there is some extra funds there when we went through that analysis. Secondly, ambulance receivables. we noticed that your ambulance revenues are going up. Also, your ambulance receivables were going up, and we also noticed that the amount greater than 120 days was going up. So looks like there was some bad debts going on with that. So we alerted the town to look into that. Sometimes when we do a deep dive into the ambulance receivables, we'll find that they're still carrying receivables for individuals that have passed, and the estate's already settled, and there was no lien placed on the estate, so the town has lost its funds. So I asked towns to take a closer look at these receivables, monitor them a little better. The good news is that after year end, the fire chief sat with the finance director and they went through the list, and they did a fairly substantial abatement in September or October. So that's for fiscal 23, that should be cleaned up somewhat. Then we continue to talk about stagnant special revenue accounts. These are accounts that have had no activity in the fiscal year. Some of these have had no activity for several years. Adds up to about $200,000. I think there's 13 accounts. So basically, these are accounts that department heads may be able to spend. They're gift accounts, they're mitigation accounts. They're accounts that have been set up for a particular purpose, and that purpose has ended. So maybe they could be rescinded and brought back to the general fund. Some of them are grants that have just run out. So there's a little bit of investigation to do on those special revenue accounts. And I've gone over this with the town accountant. So that's something that they are currently looking at and working with department heads on. Last year, we had a same comment on capital projects, and you've begun to use that in your budget process. So that's nice to see. All right. So if you have
So
any
we have a-
questions,
We've got a
That's the
question
end.
on that one.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Tony. On the ambulance receivable cleanup, what's best practice for that, and whose responsibility should it lie on?
So where you have a strong fire chief, not a weak,
Yeah.
under the strong fire chief form of organization, the fire chief would be responsible for reviewing those receivables, for working with your outside provider to determine what's collectible, what's not collectible, and then working with your finance director to determine how to write off. Sometimes items greater than 120 days in the medical community are still collectible. So you don't
Right.
want to just say, let's write off everything over 120. So it's more of a case-by-case basis. This person's passed away. This person, it's been 3 years, so really case by case to go through it. That would be the best practice on ambulance receivables that I can suggest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Lisa.
Hi, Carla and Brian. Hi, Tony. Thank you for the great presentation. Carla, just a question for you and Brian on the special revenue stagnant balances. Can I get I'm sure you have that in a spreadsheet. Can I get a copy of what the balances are and what accounts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I should say, I know you've been working on that,
Yeah.
so I'm bringing it down.
Yeah,
So
I'm just gonna say we've spent about 60,000 of the 200,000 already, and we've got some plans. So, we are working on that.
So I intended to talk about that more when we get to Q2, so let's talk about it a little bit more. Sam, okay, Andrew, all right, keep going, Tony.
I think that's the end of my presentation, unless you have any other questions? I could sing for you, but I don't think anyone wants to hear that.
So, one overarching question, which is, I don't care what you stabilize, the stabilization is a general rule. Several years ago, 2010, we had a robust discussion in this town about stabilization. The town finance committee, the advisory committee, had a much different view of stabilization than the select board at that time, Board of Selectmen. They went to town meeting. We had a lot of money in stabilization, and for just to clarify, the advisory viewpoint prevailed. And as a result of that, we brought our general stabilization down from about $3 million to what it is today, which is about $600,000. On top of that, one of the gentlemen that has been involved in the advisory committee for a long time and who is very, very, very aware of town finances, wrote a white paper on stabilization, which I still refer to. I don't want to get into this tonight, but we keep bringing it back up. Our advisory committee has looked at it, but I would like to have a separate conversation with you at some point about that and send you this white paper because I think that the viewpoint is changing. I think we're starting to maybe go back to the viewpoint we really may need more stabilization than we have because we are trying to keep things from bouncing from year to year. And I don't know how else you do it besides using stabilization to help do that. So I would like to have a more in-depth discussion with you about that at some point.
Sure. I mean, general rule of thumb is that Standard & Poor likes to see 15% for AAA communities. You folks are under that, and thank you for giving me that color because now I realize why you're at 9.4, 9.5%, where most of the AAA communities are at 15%. I don't think you're in danger of using your AAA, but if one of your other categories slips, you're going to need that 15% to be a 1, I think, not a 2. If something else slips, for example, if you go out and do a lot more debt and your debt slips to a 2, you want to have that 10 or 15, that 15% item that I talked about at the beginning of the presentation. You want to have that at 15%, I think. So one of the ways to do that is by increasing your stabilization balances. And the policy that they like to see is 5% free cash, 10% stabilization, or vice versa, 10% free cash, 5% stabilization. But some combination of those, they like to see 15%. I think in your management policies, if you don't have 15% in there, that might be why you're at a 2, maybe. And you can talk to I think it's Unibank that does your financial advising, and have them talk to S&P about why it's a 2 instead of a 1, your management score. Maybe if you work 15% into the language of your financial policies, maybe that's the one, maybe that's the item that can get you to a 1 on the management policies. But you definitely don't want to slip out of a AAA category. There's a big difference between AA and AAA in terms of your rate. There's several basis points there. And if you're doing a big offering,
35 or so.
Yeah, in some situations I've seen 60 basis points. So, but 35 is probably a fair assessment. Now, if you go out and do a 30-year bond or a 20-year bond, that's going to add up to a lot of money. So some folks will say, hey, we don't need stabilization, but it helps you in other areas. So where you might not have to be directly going to stabilization, it still helps you keep your bond rating where it is. AAA is hard to get. You have it. Do what you can to preserve that. That's a very nice accreditation for the town to have that AAA, and it is helping you in your finances when you do debt.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I do.
Sam, go ahead.
Tony, thanks again. Great detail here. And particularly, I appreciate a lot of the context you're providing. I think this is something that we had not gotten much of in the past, and I always felt that we were missing out potentially on things. So appreciate your external comments as well about things we might want to consider. One of the things that I try to take away from something like this is sort of the high level view. And as I read through this, I don't see much that should cause me to lose sleep about what's going on in the town. Am I missing something here? Is there something that we should be more worried about that we haven't touched on this evening? I hope not, but
the one thing that's the one thing, and it's not operational, it's something that's out of your control. In terms of the individuals that are administering your financial function, the team is outstanding. I mean, because of the single audit, our testing, there are so many samples that we're looking at in our testing, way more than we would if it's not a single audit. And there were, and I had looked at last year's, there was 0 exceptions out of just a multiple amount of testing. So I thought that was exceptional. So from an operational standpoint, I don't see anything that you need to lose sleep over. One of the things that's looming out there, which I'm sure you're all aware of, is the debt ceiling. And that's got a June 5th sunset on it. And if things don't happen the way they should on June 5th, you could be, towns could be having a problem with services being cut. So that's just something to keep in the back of your head to follow. Hopefully cooler heads prevail. But I saw a conversation today about that, and it looks like they're setting up to have a fight over it in Washington, and not sure where it's going to fall. Hopefully doesn't fall where it's going to be an adverse impact to communities. But that's the one thing that I tell the communities, just as an alert out there, is keep an eye on that, because you may have to react pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. Great to hear, and great to hear Brian, Carla, and team are doing a great job. So that's very comforting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, thank you for your attentiveness tonight and your great questions, and we will see you next year.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks. Have a great night.
All right, so rolling right into Q2, but before we get into it, you cannot overemphasize what he just said about our team. When you do an audit, you don't look at every transaction, you sample and you extrapolate from that. He just said that with all the sampling, they didn't find one exception with anything that they did. So truly kudos to both of you and everybody else that's involved in the financial function of the town.
Yeah, and I'd comment, Kathy, I've never had an audit without an exception.
Really?
So
I mean, I haven't either.
that-
I've never heard of such.
Many guilt here,
Right.
but not big ones, but they happen.
So good for us, good for us. Okay, so Q2.
We always gotta have to fight over who starts or try to determine it. So, this is again our Q2 report. Again, I think we don't want to just read over it. We've already read it, and we don't regurgitate because that's a waste of everyone's time. As far as the revenues, I'll just take a very high level view. It was a good quarter. And as we've mentioned, and again, the chair is happy with this, we've raised local receipts for next year. So that's in a good amount. And we feel confident looking at the numbers that the revenues are still hitting where they should be. So that's great. They're about 400,000 over, just a caveat that, of course, that includes some of the one-time things that probably shouldn't include, but even taking those off, we're still up from last year. So Excise, our biggest, I say this probably every quarter, but our biggest revenue producer was up 16%. And again, I think I mentioned it, that the first commitment, which you'll all be getting your bills Saturday, Monday, somewhere right around there. That commitment was up $70,000 from last year, which is one of the big commitments. So that's good news. That's kind of one of the signs we're waiting to see. So happy with that. We'll continue to watch that because I'm not sure if the auto industry will have some lag as far as all the things that have happened in that sector. But very, very good, solid numbers. Again, I think we always say the third and fourth quarter are much better for revenues. When we see those come in, it's a little more comprehensive, but so far, very good. I'm pretty happy. The water fund, which we will be having a very big discussion on, hopefully by the end of this month, was still good. It was 279,000 in additional revenue. So that's also really, really good. Not a lot to else to report on in the detail. I don't know if you have any questions on any single thing, but it looks good. It looks really good.
Carl, anything you want to add? Is he still in your thunder? Right, so on revenue.
News usually.
So on revenue, two things, and everybody chime in here. So you and I, Brian, if I already had a discussion about making sure we're maximizing the investment income given what rates have done. I mean, when you go for 25 basis points to 4.5, that, we've got what, $20 million sitting in the bank at any one time. It's a lot of money. Does continue to encourage you to take a look and so Tony said something that I didn't know, which is you can only go out a year.
Yes.
Okay, because there's a lot of investment people recommending right now that, you know, the interest curve is inverted right now. Short-term rates are higher than long-term rates. But there's investment people saying, go lock in those long rates, even if you can get more in short term. So we can't do that. So we've got to stay short term. But just, you know, this could truly juice your local revenue as far as that goes. So just make sure you do that. And I know I'm
It's
sure you do.
probably tripled or quadrupled on a
Yeah.
monthly basis the last few months.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is strong, much stronger, much different.
But 20 million times 4 is $800,000, right?
Mm.
Compared to 100,000 or so last year. So it's a lot of money. And then the second thing, to Lisa's question, can we get the list of the 13 special revenue accounts to see if there's anything we can get out of that before we
Yes,
finalize everything for?
easy peasy.
All right. Okay. Anybody have a question on revenue? Go ahead.
Actually, just a comment.
Okay.
So I just wanted to thank you, Brian and Carla, for this. You know, when we initially started having these meetings, this is, I will say, the first time I haven't had a question in going through the packet. And you know how I go through all the details. So I commend you on this process, getting better and better. And our discussions here are becoming less and less on this as you give us the updates and you answer the questions we have in advance. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Anybody else on revenue questions? No? All right. Let's hear the other side.
Okay. Up. Okay, so just a few things on quarter two. One big department that looks like it's trending high but isn't is MIS. They had a lot of upfront costs, a lot of service contracts, a lot of things that they bought up front. So they are in good shape. And as well. They're running well, and the contract services line have typically been underfunded in this department. And the budget for FY '24 is set to address this issue. We do expect a septic pumping line to be over at the public safety building, but that was something I learned about. I didn't know why. But I guess it's because of the wastewater tank for when they wash the fire uniform. So it's great to learn, you know, and when we go through. The fire department, we're keeping an eye on their overtime line. They are down another man. They have an open position. So we're hoping to be able to cover all the OT within the department. And they also contributed to the fiber cable move. We're hoping again to put that, to absorb that within the budget. DPW is looking good. We don't expect gas to be over at the end of the year based on our forecast for right now. We've only spent 14% of our snow and ice budget. It's been, knock on wood, a pretty light year. So we're hoping that continues. And there's an irrigation line due to the dry summer and a couple irrigation systems that have been added that has drawn down that line. And in the packet, there is a memo from the police chief on the status of their personnel at the time. They are incurring overtime due to staffing challenges. So, but overall, other than that, it looks good. The reserve fund is still intact, so we are in good shape. There's only 2 possible transfers, again, related to the fiber move. But we're gonna just wait that out and see. We've identified the need for some intergovernmental transfers, which happen at the end of the year. We have a 2-week window when we can do that. So we've identified some of those, but we have budgets in place that we know we can take that from. The water fund looks well as with the expenses, and there's only one line over the 5,000 due to the overage in the price of the hook lift truck. Again, something else to learn. Quick update on FEMA. We've received $558,000 in FEMA. We have 1 claim in the last stages for the FEMA that is non-vaccine related, and we should be getting that money within 30 to 60 days. We signed all the forms. and answered all their questions. So that's great. After that, we will have one final claim that we'll submit for the consultant and Captain Spazie's time on the project. So, and the FEMA vaccines, one of the claims was approved, our regional vaccine claim that we did with Westboro and Northborough at the hotel in Westboro. We did receive all the funds that we applied for, so that was great news. I did today just get some paperwork from FEMA on the local vaccine claim. So I need to work through those questions and I'll let you know what we hear on that. There is, again, some Board of Health nurse and director time in there that I'm not sure if they will cover, but we're hoping they did in the regional one. So hoping they keep the same. And then basically my ARPA update was the same as Tony. So we didn't really have many expenditures in Q2, but in Q3, we did have some significant expenditures. So we will report those next quarter. And I think that's all for me. If you have any questions.
All right, any questions on expenses now? The other side.
Just a quick one, again, sort of high level view as I look at these things, I don't see much here to be really worried about. I mean, we got to remain vigilant, but
Right.
there's nothing that seems to be headed toward a real problem that we need to react to at this point. Is that accurate?
Yep, we've kind of identified things that we think are going to be
Keep watching.
at the end
Yeah.
of the year, but yep, we will, and we'll
Okay.
keep the board informed.
Okay, good. Good news. Thanks.
Right.
I don't necessarily have a question, but just want to echo everyone's comments about the finance team in front of us tonight. I think additionally, the department heads have done a really good job with adopting this quarterly review mentality. And I think they've all been very positive about doing so. I also think that this has helped us budget for future years. So we're 2+ years into this process. I think we're seeing the reason why we're not having as many questions is because for FY23, which is the current year that we're in, we took this time last year to look at year to date and we're able to adjust things on the fly before budget was approved. So I do think it's working how it should, and hopefully it will continue to reduce the amount of time that we all take to ask these questions. So thank you to both of you and the department heads.
Kathy.
Mhm.
Just one point I wanted to add on too. I think it's reflective in the low number of reserve fund transfers potentially that we have too. Because if we're identifying the potential issues and budgeting them for them correctly, then there's going to be less reserves that we're going to need to use on a regular basis. So I think that's good. But again, since my mic was on, I just also want to thank Brian and Carla, for the work they do. They look very mild mannered and everything, but they're very pit bullish when it comes to the departments and everything. And the departments do a nice job giving them the information they need to make sure this board stays informed.
And one thing I wanted to say before we wrap this up is now that we're coming into the dreaded closing of the FEMA and CARES era, it's right at the end of it. But I have to give a shout out to Captain Aspazi and Miss McAuliffe here, who I wasn't involved in that a whole lot, but they, I can't even imagine what those two went through. It was a horrible process for a lot of reasons, but great job to those two. They did an excellent job.
Closer to the end than the beginning, and we're very, very thankful for that. So,
And everybody's still alive, even better so far.
yes, some days it was questionable, but we've really had a great coordinator too, and we've been at FEMA actually, and the more people I talk to, that's very rare. So. Oh,
Talking to the microphone.
okay. Yeah, we've been very lucky with our FEMA coordinator as well. So I have to say, kudos to him. We've had the same one throughout, and that's made a difference too. So we're hoping just to wrap up these few and then get beyond it.
All right, so thank you both. This was great. The auditor did a great job with big picture. So thank gosh he didn't get into the weeds. We got a clean opinion, no SAS 115 issues. I think his caution about IT should all be heard because it's true and we know we've talked about it. So we got to always keep that in the back of our minds too. So but thank you guys for coming tonight. Okay.
One transition item, your personnel board's next, correct?
Yes.
So just one transition item for me to the board is we have all these salaries now into the department budgets. I know you haven't seen them. The library is the only one that has to work through his numbers. So that's not in there yet, but everything else is done. So expect to see that soon.
Okay,
Let you know.
all right. Thank you. Barry, you want to come on up? So welcome, Mr. Rubenstein.
Thank you very much.
So you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Barry Rubenstein, Chair of the Personnel Board.
Thank you.
First of all, let me say, having seen your package, I'm happy to say I only have 3 numbers to talk about. We'll keep it simple. What I'm going to talk about in a little more detail, I know Mark gave you an overview sort of the salary survey at your last meeting. I'll go into a little more detail on that, and then talk about how that impacts the SAP and the changes that we're looking for in the SAP. So the salary survey, which we are required to do every 4 years, is really what's called a compensation and classification study. So there are 2 parts to it. The compensation piece involves an identification of comparable communities, and it's mostly done geographically, communities around us, mostly of comparable size, although not exactly. And so the consultant we used identified 12 communities. They then go back to those communities and find out what they pay for the same or similar jobs than what we have. And from that, they put together a recommendation for what the pay rates should be, what the ranges should be for our job classifications. They did that, and the board is recommending we adopt that. They also recommended, we currently have a Schedule A, which is for full-time employees, Schedule C for part-time employees. They recommended we combine them. Their feeling was that if people are doing the same job, whether they're doing it part-time or full-time, they should be in the same pay ranges. Obviously, the part-time people are not getting benefits, so there's that distinction, and the board voted to move in that direction as well. Now, there's no direct cost impact of adopting the new pay rates. That in and of itself doesn't cost anything. However, when you do that, almost all the classifications, the minimums were increased. And so what we found was there are a number of people who, even after receiving the 4% increase that we're recommending, still fell below the minimum for their classification. So we want to make sure everyone fell within the ranges that we had. So the figure you see, the 19,506, is the cost of bringing people just up to the minimum of their grade, whatever that might be. So the second part of the study is the classification part, and that involves the consultant reviewing all the job descriptions. All the employees also completed questionnaires to say, I've looked at the job description. These are things I'm doing. These are things I'm not doing. The idea is to bring all of the job descriptions up to date. The consultant also interviewed a lot of employees to question them on various things. And as a result of that, they recommended a number of reclassifications for jobs. So that is the second part of that. And there are also reclassifications in moving the jobs that were in Schedule C into Schedule A. So while the total number of reclassifications is large, most of those are just moving from C to A. The cost of the reclassifications, and this figure includes the 4% and moving to the minimum, is the 27,900 figure you see. So those are the changes. So in the SAP itself, obviously, and I should say, you won't be able to recognize all the reclassification just by looking at the revised Schedule A, because some job could be reclassified from, say, an administrative assistant to a business administrator 1. Since both those jobs are already in Schedule A, you couldn't tell that by just looking at Schedule A. So the only ones you'll see are where there's a change in title of the job. And you would notice that that's different from the previous Schedule A. Although, so you can't tell all of that by looking at the document. So you'll see a new Schedule A. You'll see the elimination of Schedule C. Those would be the major changes. I'm happy to talk about the 4%, how we came up with the 4%, if the board would like to.
Definitely.
Okay. So every year we go through this process of recommending what we think should be the across the board increase for town employees, and we look at a number of data points. We find out what the comparable communities are doing. Now that's not exact because a number of the comparable communities have step systems. So they're only giving a COLA on top of what people are getting by moving from step to step. So we might see a 2% COLA, but the employees might be getting 4%. So we can't tell completely from the figures we get there. We look at the CPI. I think we're all familiar with what's been happening with the CPI. We look at union contracts in town. What are employees in those contracts getting? We look at what are people who have personal contracts? What are they getting? And this year we had the advantage of the salary survey. So we had data to show us how much our pay rates were below what the market was. So looking at all of those things together, we ultimately agreed on that 4% made sense in this environment. So that's the process. It's an art. It's not a science. But I think when you look at what's happened to the pay rates from what are in the existing SAP to what we're recommending, I think I did a calculation. If you just look at the midpoint difference, it's about 4.5% increase over what we had. So 4%, I think, is in the ballpark of what makes sense. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
So let me start out with kind of a question that relates to town meeting. I've always thought this was one of the most difficult articles to explain at town meeting. You know, you can kind of get lost in the weeds pretty easily if you don't have ability to truly explain this in a way that you don't get lost in the weeds. So what is your plan for, we got a lot of articles on the floor. So what is your plan as far as, I mean, to me, these are big changes. This is significant. What's your plan as far as trying to explain to town meeting what all they are going to be voting for with this article?
Okay, now typically, historically, at least as long as I've been on the board, we've never talked about the 4% piece. That's in the budget. We don't go into that. What we do is, so we have as handouts, we have a track changes version, we have a regular version, and then we have a chart going through each of the changes and explaining why we're making the changes. For this, assuming that, and I say this because I don't know the answer, but assuming that all of the financial pieces of this are going to be in budget item, and that I'm just going to be talking about sort of high level what they SAP, I will just go through briefly. We did a salary survey. As a result of the survey, we had to move people to the minimum, and there were some reclassifications, and we adopted an upgraded salary schedule to reflect the survey. That's essentially it, as far as I'm concerned. But I could certainly go into more detail, but the information is available in the documents we're giving. We're going to lay out not the 4%, but the rest of it in the document. So my intention would be keep it pretty brief, but make sure we cover why we did what we did.
So let's see what everybody else says, but I think that's exactly the right tack. Leave out the 4%. Say what you said tonight was very clear. So I think if you just stay on that tack, that it will it'll go over pretty well. Anybody? Lisa?
Thank you. Thank you, Barry, for a great explanation. I do have a process question. So every 4 years you do the pay and classification study?
the SAP actually says every federal election year,
Okay,
presidential election year. The last one was started in 2017, so we're actually a little behind.
okay, because it just seems like there was a lot of changes you guys made to the SAP as far as consolidating the Schedule A, Schedule C, and a lot of changes to some of these jobs as well, classes. So would you say it's because it has been so long since the last study was done? I mean, you're talking potentially 5, maybe 6 years. It just seemed like there was a lot more changes. Again, I'm not saying they're bad changes, but changes that maybe should have taken place in a prior study, maybe. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
One factor is we used a different consultant this time. And they operate in I think Mark will concur, they operate in a different way than our prior consultant, which is not to mean it's worse, better, but it's just different. So they come up with different outcomes than I think our prior consultant would have come up with. We did challenge them on several of their suggested reclassifications and asked them to go back and do more work on them, which they did, and they did revise some of those downward from what they were recommending. So we did push back to the extent that we could. I think, again, the salary numbers, the pay rate numbers are about what I would have expected them to be, not completely out of line. And even if we hadn't done it, I'm confident we would have been adjusting those schedules ourselves this year, given what's been going on in the economy. So I think those are the main contributors. And you know, over time, jobs evolve. People get new responsibilities, and that's what happens. And as you well know, anytime you do any study like this, everybody's always pushing that I should be on this grade, So, you know, it's a constant tension, but I think at the end of the day, I think we're comfortable with where the consultant came out.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just one quick question. I don't know, I see you have 2 members in the attendees. Is your quorum 4?
You just got.
You got quorumed. Okay, so I don't know if you posted a meeting. If not, you did.
We did.
Okay, so if you want to call your meeting to order.
I call the February 7th, 2023 meeting of the Personnel Board to order. Thank you for noticing.
Is that it?
Yes.
Sam?
Yeah, question, Barry. I've followed the personnel board conversations about this. I think this is a good adjustment to make. And I think the point that is useful to make for town meeting, or as you communicate this, I mean, the total cost of this adjustment is about $180,000 roughly. And I think what this does is actually gets us on par better with surrounding communities and competition in the labor market. And as we saw tonight with the finance team, I think the town has a number of very capable employees. I think it's very important for us to remain competitive in terms of the salary market. As we've seen recently, you lose people and it's hard to replace people, and particularly hard to replace good people. And so I think it's important for us to continue to have an eye toward where we stand competitively with salaries and benefits, and make sure that we offer resources to the staff to make it desirable for them to stay here. And I think this is a significant step in that direction. And I certainly support what the personnel board has done with this. So thank you.
But I know that you recognize, others may not, we went very far down the road of adopting a step system ourselves. We spent months looking at that, trying to figure out a way to do it. But at the end of the day, decided that this was not the right year, because there's a cost involved in doing it. And given everything else, the 4% and the other add-ons we have here, we just decided maybe next year.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you. I mean, this all makes sense to me, and I think it sounds like you did some good work. I just had a question. I don't know if it's more of a Brian question rather than a Barry question, but so is it fair to say that the 4% cost SAP standard, that's already factored into the operational budgets? And then I see in the budget for under budget articles, there's a there's an article for SAP adjustments and regrades, 25,000.
But remember, we've decided we don't want to do it that way, and Brian just hasn't completely finished it. He's got to do a couple more things. So we've agreed, at least for now, that we want to see that incorporated in the actual
Okay.
department budget. So we won't have that article as far as that one number goes.
Okay,
That's going to go away
All right.
unless we change our mind.
okay. Thanks.
Okay, Chelsea.
Thanks, Mary. I have two questions. One, if we don't adopt a grid system going forward, how do we prevent doing a 4% year over year increase if we don't have steps to remain competitive?
Well, I mean, we've never done 4% before. And I don't think most communities are doing 4% totals with COLA and whatever step system they have. So
Okay.
I suspect we'll continue to do what we do, collect the data and make our best decision about what makes the most sense. I will say that I think unless there's a change, I would be very surprised if we didn't go to a
Okay.
step system next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, so this 180,000 is going to be baked into the budgets, which is going to be an article after this article. So my question is process wise, and it may be for Mr. Purple, is let's say a department that is a year over year increase of a higher percentage that gets held, and this article is already passed, then how are we going to deal with that budget, if that budget gets reduced and passed because of something in this increase?
So I think we're going to have to take a look at that. I know that Mr. Ballantyne is going to know what the amounts are in each individual budget, should we need to make adjustments. But I really expected you to give me the question in reverse. You know, is that if everything is in the budget and the SAP changes don't take or does not pass, then how do we know what adjustments need to be made in the budget? So
Well,
I know what you're saying, and I know that the impetus usually at town meeting, people don't look at they look at the percentage increase.
Right.
And if it's over a certain percentage increase,
I think if we keep it too general, people aren't going to understand necessarily that these numbers are in the budgets.
I think we tell them.
But that's what, that I want to make sure that we did, like, I think that
I
I want to
think-
make sure that we're clear
I think
to
Yeah.
personnel board what needs to be said so that we don't run into this issue.
I'm happy to work with Mr. Rumas. I think he's laid a great path.
Yeah,
And I think if you simply tweak it so people understand, for example, you know, to find out kind of where some of these changes were made in terms of bringing people into the minimum or reclassifying the positions. If you see personnel lines that are over 4%, then they contain a position with a reclassified position or position that was outside the funding
Okay.
range type of thing. And there are people that will still raise their hands. There are people that will still hold things.
Yeah.
Because they came to ask that question, right?
Right.
But I think if you at least give them that guidepost, most people will like, okay, then that must be what he was talking about. This is where one of those reclassifications is.
okay.
But their
that
article
help?
still is gonna, their article would still if it, let's assume it passes, and let's say someone does hold a budget and someone tries to amend the budget, reduce a line item, that's salaries, it still doesn't affect the fact that their article passed, because they're not trying to, their article doesn't include specifics as far as the budgets go. So I think we're still okay, but I agree with you that we need to make it clear that the changes that will be described in the preceding article have been incorporated into the budgets. And so therefore, if you see something a little higher than you might, this is going to explain some of
Yeah.
it. So.
Because I think that creates a big problem for personnel, but you're trying to fix problems, right? But that creates a big problem for personnel board if the SAP passes and somebody decides a position is being shifted for an employee to be up inside the minimum.
Yeah.
And they decide to back that out, all of a sudden that employee is now outside of the grid.
But they're not, the amendment won't be for a specific employee. It would be, for a line item,
For a
all salaries.
correct.
So I don't
Yeah.
think you got to worry about necessarily what you just said, because it's not
Right.
going to affect one person.
Right.
But we'll,
Well,
So-
she started the doomsday.
I agree.
I was trying to, but no, it's.
But I don't want town meeting to be we hold every over 4%
Right.
line. Like, I think we just need to be clear during this article. This is what this means when you see it in the budgets, and hopefully
That's why.
answer the question.
So do you think that that level,
Yes.
that additional explanation will at least give people the understanding? And because the articles, assuming the moderator does a similar consent list, the article should fall right after each other, personnel board and then the operating budget. So it's not like they've got to wait 5, 6 articles and remember what Mr. Rubenstein said.
So advisory just needs to include this in the report and explain it when they're up there. So, anyway, but this was great. So, very clear and lots of hard work. And go ahead, Lisa.
Just one thing. I didn't know, well, you still have 2 members that are here. If either one of them wanted to come over and they wanted to add anything to any of the discussion we've had tonight. So, Mr. Malinowski, Mr. Thorburn, if you would raise your hand, if you'd like to come over and add something. Barry, you did a good job. Neither one of them did. So, just wanted to make sure they had the opportunity. Thank you.
Reminds me of the
Very
old
much.
adage, once you've made
Okay.
once you've made the sale, stop selling.
Before you turn, I got one question for you. So we've got we still got a matter that's not on the agenda tonight that we need to discuss in the near future. It's my understanding you may be unavailable for the next few weeks. Are you available by Zoom? I don't want to know.
You're way not
Okay.
unavailable.
Okay, so you could do a Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
You have to adjourn your meeting.
All right.
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate to adjourn the meeting of the Southborough Personnel Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't you need to do it?
Hmm? Actually, okay, but this is- Okay. Special municipal employees. Andrew, so I'm going to let Andrew handle this piece of it because it involves one of the committees that he's actually a member of. But to tee it up real quick, Andrew, so we've been asked by Shopsy and specifically John Wood to designate the members of Shopsy, help me here, Southborough Housing Opportunity Partnership Committee, right?
Yes.
As special municipal employees because of Mr. Wood's new job. So before we get into it, because I think it's probably worth a quick recap of what an SME is, so everybody understands what we're doing tonight. Very quickly, so Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 268A covers our conflict of interest law that we all have to abide by. Special municipal employee designation allows 2 specific sections of that law to basically be less restrictive, Section 17 and Section 20. And long story short, 17 lets you come before different boards to represent those boards, even if you are even though you are an employee, committee, employee, whatever. And Section 20 allows you to have a financial interest in a contract with our city or town. So these are done to, make sure that we allow people to be on committees, et cetera, that otherwise could not be on them. So this has been around, I believe, since 2010, Lisa, right? It's when we first started doing this. Okay. The legislature can designate certain categories of employees as special, and they have. And then the select board can also designate on its own, or it can take a request like we are tonight from a committee to make the designation. So I'm going to try to do this off the top of my head right now. So everybody help me. Advisory is SME.
Yeah.
Council on Aging is SME. Okay, now I'm running out. EDC is, EDC is SME. Board of Assessors is SME. Election poll workers. One that we probably ought to fix tonight is the tree warden, since we have the tree warden. Select board can't be an SME because Southborough's got more than 10,000 people in it. So we probably ought to fix that one tonight as we do the more substantive thing of considering making Shopsy SME. Okay, so with that, Andrew, as kind of a intro, why don't you take it from there as far as what's going on with Shopsy and what you recommend?
So sure, and you're right that this is a request that it really came from an individual member, but the policy and the laws that you make designations on a board basis. So the matter before the select board isn't whether to designate Mr. Wood as a special municipal employee, but rather all the volunteers on ShopSy as special municipal employees.
So now let me ask a question while you're doing that. You're on the select board also.
Yep.
Okay, so what about you?
I think I'm a municipal employee, not a special municipal employee, so that the higher standard would apply to me, so it wouldn't really.
So it's inapplicable to you just because you're on select board, even though you're on ShopSy too. Right? Okay.
I think you gave a good overview of it. So my understanding of how the special municipal designation, special SME designation works is so that no matter what, no one from ShopSy could ever work for a private employer that had any business dealing that was with respect to ShopSy within their jurisdiction. But the special municipal employee designation allows someone who's a volunteer on that board to work for a private employer that they have a separate business dealing with the town, so long as the person who's on the board with it as SME doesn't participate in or have responsibilities for the town activities on concerning that business activity. So here, Mr. Wood's situation is he recently got a new job for Konica Minolta, which is they provide photocopiers and software, and it's a sales job. And some of the company's clients are municipalities, and Southborough is in a sales territory that he services. He's explained that the company's trying to hire someone that would service the Southborough account, but they have not succeeded in being able to hire anyone due to the hiring situation in the state. So he may be called upon to do that, and he had consulted with the ethics commission, the commission, about what he should do in the situation, and they had advised that either in order to continue serving on ShopSy, he really would need ShopSy to be designated as a SME board. So ShopSy voted to request that the select board designate ShopSy as among the list of boards and committees that have this designation. I think it fits the criteria that are set forth in the select board's SME designation policy, in that ShopSy doesn't have the authority to set town policy. It's not a regulatory or quasi judicial authority. It's not a permitting board, doesn't have any appointing authority. And it's similar in a lot of respects to some of the other boards and committees that currently have this designation, like advisory committee, economic development committee. So I support it. And I think, just coming back to what I said at the beginning, you make the designation for boards and committees, not for individual people, but you do come across certain situations where you might lose someone who has a long tenure of volunteer work for the town, who's got some value and institutional knowledge to add to their service on the board. If you do not make the SME designation concerning the board that they're on. So that's why I support it. And I don't see any reason why, I think a question to ask is, if you give an SME designation to people on this committee, does that in any way kind of compromise or negatively affect their judgment and how they would act on ShopSy? And I can't think of really how it would.
If we agree to do this tonight, approve this tonight, I think one thing we should do, one of the things you're required to do is we're supposed to every July send the town clerk a list of all the SMEs. We're supposed to update it. It's on us to do it. So he keeps a list, and then it's also supposed to go to the Ethics Commission. So I think we should, if this gets done and gets added, we should put an asterisk next to ShopSy and specifically exclude you. So we make it clear that as long as you're on select board, that you aren't included as far as the SME designation for ShopSy, just to avoid any confusion and questions. Okay. All right, Sam.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. There are many towns that have all committee members as SMEs. And I think, at least it's my understanding, that it doesn't actually make it easier for people to misbehave necessarily. It raises the disclosure requirements for SMEs. So it just, again, provides more transparency for people who may be in one of these positions where they are in a day job that potentially could generate a conflict. And particularly important for people who are employees of large organizations. So if you work for, a large manufacturing company or somebody that does, a lot of business in the state generally, there may be employees there who interact with the town, but this particular individual is not directly involved in that, but technically they have a financial interest through the success of their employer there. So again, it allows, I think, better opportunity for people to serve on committees with appropriate disclosure and transparency. So I think it makes a lot of sense and it's worth cleaning up here. Thank you.
Lisa?
Thank you. And Kathy, I think when I had mentioned the 2010 to you, I misspoke. It was actually in 2010 that the Council on Aging, specifically the Select Board, gave them that. I actually have a copy from 1963 from our Eleanor Burke, the town clerk at the time, that was submitting a copy of the list of classifications for special municipal employees. And at that time, it appears, well, it doesn't break it out by committee, but so this goes way back.
63.
1963.
Wow.
So.
Well, why don't you tell me about why they did cancel? I think that's a good. story.
So, yes, so Council on Aging was done May 11th in 2010 board meeting. It was indicated that the board designated Council on Aging board members and election poll workers as SMEs, the purpose being so that they could participate in a senior tax work-off program and continue with their then current employment capacity. So I think there's value in that. I will say when we had these discussions in the past, did a lot of research on it. And some towns do, as Sam said, open the door. Other towns keep it limited. They keep policy making boards, members and whatnot off it. But I think in this instance, it truly makes sense. I mean, Mr. Wood is on EDC as well. They have the status, so it just makes sense to add it for Shopsy so he can continue the service that he's given to the town. So thank you.
Chelsea?
Thank you. This policy is not one of my favorites. I hesitate when we're lowering our expectations of ethics. I think in this case, it does make sense, but one of my concerns relates to somebody who, let's say, joins a committee that's an SME. Do they understand what that means if we've granted them an SME status prior to them joining? So I think one of my concerns is the education portion around whether people are aware of it. Right? If you join EDC, do you even know that you're an SME? And what does that mean? So I think we, are supposed to revisit this yearly. That's us, but it's a committee talk about it. And I think we need to institute some education and discussion yearly for committees so that they understand their duty from an ethics perspective.
So maybe too, to amplify that, we need to, every time we appoint someone to any of these committees, we should make that part of the discussion we have with them so they're aware of it.
Yeah.
But I think Sam's point, so I'm for this. I think Sam's point, I want to go back to that, which is, remember, you got the state law, but you've also got the policy the select board adopted, right? As far as how to do this. And it's very clear, what a person has got to disclose if they're going to basically invoke this and use the exceptions granted and to section 17 and 20. So I think you probably end up with more disclosure by having to do this than you would otherwise. So that's another thing we need to make sure we keep reminding people that they've got to follow this if they are going to do something that is being allowed because they're an SME, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I tell you what, I remember the conversation. Marty Healy was definitely select board because it was a really robust discussion when the last time I remember this coming up, right? And it was when EDC wanted to be SMEs because of David McKay. And his argument was, and it was a good one, he's part of a big law firm. He said, I don't know what everybody else in my law firm's doing. Angel will appreciate this, and he's a partner. So he's an equity owner probably. And so therefore, he does have a financial interest in this firm that may be doing projects for Southborough. He has no idea. So, Sam, are you smirking? So, okay, may not convince you, but it convinced me. So I just, that argument, I think that resonates. And of course, anyway, so here we are. Okay. Anybody else want to discuss anything further as far as voting on Shopsy SME status?
And taking off tree warden?
Yeah, I was going to do it one at a time.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
One thing that we could do to address the concern that Chelsea raised is that And I don't know if this is the communication that would come from Mark or from town clerk's office, but just to remind those boards and committees that have the SME designation of the requirement in the policy that if anyone who's designated as a special municipal employee becomes aware of their employer doing anything that fits within these categories, of the requirement to file a disclosure with the town clerk about that. So now here it's clearly an appropriate one with Shopsy. You know, the communication would be, the board voted to approve this, want to remind you of this requirement. But why not make the same communication to the other boards and committees?
While we're at it.
Yeah,
So not just the ones that have the designation, but to all boards and committees?
I think that makes sense. It's just a reminder.
Why don't we just send the policy?
I agree. That's what I was gonna say too. Let's
Yeah.
attach the policy, see
Yeah.
attached.
Yeah.
Especially the number 10.
I'd send the policy, but for the SME committees, I would make the request that at a meeting, they review the policy with the members.
That's a good idea too.
I just had another thought about your exclusion of Andrew. Is it an elected official cannot be designated an SME?
It's select board, it's specifically.
Planning
select
board?
No, planning board's
Okay,
okay. It's
'cause-
select board.
okay,
Select board, city council, alderman, whatever that group is.
Okay.
against town.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think one thing that needs to be clear, you designate a board or a committee. You can't make exceptions that will not this person or this person only. So it's really a board or committee. It's not individual people anymore.
I'm really just giving my own to that question, my own kind of,
Yeah.
there is actually, because Shopsy has two designees from different boards, right? A select board representative and a planning board representative. So I think the planning board representative may have the same
Same problem. yeah.
situation. Well, it's not a problem. It's just.
Well, now,
be
wait. a
cautious.
minute.
Different.
Planning
More-
board is not specifically excluded. Select board is specifically excluded if your town's more than 10,000. There's
State-
no
state
such
law,
rule
yeah.
for
Yeah.
planning board. So I think planning board's okay. As far as the Shopsy member that's on planning board, on Shopsy, I think they're okay. Anybody agree or disagree with that? I think they're okay, Andrew. I think you're not okay because you're also select board. Yeah,
You're special.
you're the attorney in this group, so.
But he's special because
is
he's
special.
Shopsy. He's not special because he's a select board member. So,
Just keep that in mind.
you know, he sits on, you know, we've got a lot of people that sit on multiples. So,
But he is part of a group that is
Understood.
specifically excluded. From being an SME. So you want to check with Jay?
I will, well, I'll check with
Before we put the
Jay
asterisks there.
Talman, but also check, you know, Mr. Hegarty's gotten himself very informed, let's say, on the SMEs and everything. And so when I send him the notice and when he prepares the notice for ethics, we can talk with Jay about how exactly we should note that.
All right, I don't see any public comments. So anybody else want to comment on this before we vote on the Shopsy one? Okay. All right, so want to make a motion here?
I move, you want to first do the removal of the tree board?
We're gonna do it separately, yeah.
Okay.
Be clear.
So first, I move that the select board remove the special municipal employee designation for the tree warden.
Second,
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Next, I move that the select board designate Shopsy members as special municipal employees.
second,
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, done. Okay, so we'll start off with our reports. So I've been to two other committee meetings lately that I wanted to report on. The first one was CPC last week. Andrew Pfaff went also. We were invited. The topic that was discussed, actually two topics that were relevant to what we're going to do at town meeting, but the first one was Algonquin. So let me just make sure. We're going to talk about articles in a minute, so let me just throw this in, then we'll talk about it more in detail. So they have basically approved what they're willing to bring to town meeting as far as Algonquin so far. It may change, but they've got about $250,000 approved for the tennis courts. So they got through that. Okay, ask all the questions. Greg and Becky were there to answer those questions. So they did that. Then they brought Andrew and I over to talk about consideration of increasing the surtax from 1% to 3%. So no decision, they didn't vote, but they took a straw vote, and they were all, everyone that was there that night was in favor of considering this. Let me use that verb. They're interested. No one was against it. We spent most of the time talking about the timing. Kristen LeVeaux she probably spoke more since she actually told a funny story. She said, you really want to be ready for this and really, speak to it, make sure the public understands it so that hopefully you get it passed the first time. And of course, what she's referring to is how long it took to get the money for Calendar Field and all the errors she took for that as far as trying to get that done. So she goes, believe me, I know, as far as, trying to bring things forward with, full disclosure. So there wasn't a hue and cry to bring it forward at this town meeting. So I'll say that, although Mr. Pfaff, I still think, and advisors may still want to go forth, but they were optimistic. We showed them the numbers. Instead of collecting $500,000 like we do right now, it'd be about $1.7 million with the bonus that we get. So it's a huge difference in receipts, with about 500 that coming from the state. So you would again increase our local receipts by a whole lot if we were to adopt this. I don't know if this is the majority vote there, but certainly Mr. Mills thinks that the better way, it's got to go to the ballot, remember, no matter what. One way or another, it's going to the ballot. It's got to end up on the ballot to get passed with a majority vote. To get there, you either take it through town meeting to get approval to put on the ballot, or you collect 5% of the voter signatures to put it on the ballot. So either way, when it was passed in 2004, it failed at town meeting, but they asked for 3% back then, 51 to 49. It's a very close vote as far as, again, putting it on the ballot. They're not approving it there. They're just trying to get to the ballot. So it failed. Then they did a campaign to get the signatures to put it on the ballot the next May, 2 months later, whenever it was. But they did lower it from 3 to 1 at the ballot. So they probably must have felt that the 3 was the death knell at town meeting, though it was close. So they lowered it to 1 when they got the signatures. So we've got the 2 ways to get to the ballot. Got to get to the ballot. Mr. Mills seems to think we should go through town meeting to get that approval to get on the ballot. So it's still to be discussed. So TBD. So there's no decision. I just wanted to update you on that discussion. It's the first time that I know of that CBC has actually put it on their agenda to discuss, was the other night. Okay. Any questions on that one? All right. Next one is last night's long-awaited Public Works Planning Board meeting, which Mr. Cyrus, of course, was part of. So Sam, I don't want to steal your thunder here. I'll kind of start off and then you chime in. Anything you want to say?
No, you go ahead.
All right.
I was in the
So-
middle of it. You were the external observer.
So all 5 members were there. It had a pretty good attendance for a meeting. It was not a hybrid or Zoom, so it was an in-person meeting.
That was the largest crowd I've ever seen at a Public Works
Yeah.
Planning Board meeting.
Yeah, so there was.
The press was
interest.
there, everybody.
Beth Mila was there to, I'm sure, do a blog post on it. So it was an interesting meeting. A lot of time was spent berating Mr. Boland on the lack of approved minutes. They actually got that done. So they got their minutes caught up and approved. So they finally got that out of the way. Then they turned to the more substantive question is, what are they supposed to do? What do they want to be as a board? Let me back up, going back to Mr. So they did hold elections. Mr. Boland was reelected as chair, and
Mark Bertozzi.
okay, I can remember. Okay, so same chair and vice chair is what was there going into the meeting. No one wanted to be secretary, so Mr. Boland volunteered to be secretary. Sam didn't step up for secretary, which kind of surprised me. Then when we turned to the substantive discussion, they brought in some of the public comments, and I did comment during that, which is I read from the statute what they are. And what they are is a really broad advisory committee, little a. They can advise the town select board on, and it's to us, they advise planning, finance, et cetera. It doesn't really say DPW type stuff. I mean, it is broad language as far as what's in that little 2-sentence part of the special act from 91. So I read it to make sure we refresh, what there, because there were still people there that night saying, supervise DPW. So we kept, many people it was said several times, that's not their job to supervise the DPW superintendent or the DPW. Their job is to provide advice to the select board. So what I said is, well, to me, the question is, is the process that we want to come up with and try to move forward one where you wait for the select board to ask you for advice on a specific topic with some type of due date? Or does the Public Works Planning Board want to just decide what they want to look at and come forward and say, we did this, and use it, don't use it, whatever. I'm saying this in a way that probably, which way I think we should do. And I think Mr. Cyrus. So it was probably, if I had to, they didn't vote, but clearly the 3 appointees from Mr. Semino want the select board to ask them to do something. That was perfectly clear. And I think Mr. Cybers might have been in that group. Miss DeMaria, no. So she didn't seem to want to go that route at all. Okay, now
Not true, yeah.
Okay,
I'm in the proactive group there and have been for my 4 years on the Public Works Planning Board, but have been consistently outvoted for that. So I think it can work both ways, actually. Doesn't have to be one or the other. But clearly the sentiment has been wait until they're asked for advice.
so that what I told them last night that I'd report tonight to you guys as far as the meeting goes, and then put this on a future agenda to really try to hone in on what we can do to make this group productive and, try to get them to move forward in a productive way. To me, the critical path is to get the DPW superintendent hired. I don't see why we would do anything until that takes place. We discuss with him or her what their opinion is, and then the 5 of us decide as a group how we want to relate to the PWPB. I don't know how else you could do this that makes sense, They did talk about, I did say, you got to keep your minutes up to date. And one of them said, well, then we got to have a meeting just to approve minutes. I said, yes, but do it over Zoom. It's 5 minutes. And then if that's all you're doing, what they realize, all they got to do is at the same meeting, go ahead and write the minutes for that one and approve them both, right? So that was out there. So I think it was a step in the right, maybe a baby step, but a step in the right direction, Sam. And then I want you to append to this as far as your thoughts.
I don't disagree with what you said. The issue for me is that the prevailing view on Public Works Planning Board is that they don't want to duplicate work that other committees are doing. So if, let's say, the Capital Planning Committee is doing something, the Public Works Planning Board has pulled back from that. And simultaneously, though, the majority of the Public Works Planning Board reinforced the point that I think is an important one, is that there is a lot of expertise and history on that board in terms of public works activities. There are 3 people there who've been connected with the Public Works Department, some for decades.
Yep.
And so while Capital or anybody else can weigh in on various projects, if something is a public works project, I think there is an important source of knowledge there to provide a additional opinion that others might miss without that experience. And so I don't see it as duplication as much as sort of leverage or expansion of knowledge about particular projects. So I don't worry about overlap as much, but that's been the prevailing view. And hopefully we can find projects that don't fail that test and find some useful things to do, because I ran through a list of things. I think others have longer lists as well of projects that are going to be very important for a wide range of input, knowledgeable input on public works projects going forward. So I don't think we lack for projects, but I think Kathy's suggestion is a good one, of finding a way to define who needs to do what and making sure everybody's on the same page and leveraging that knowledge base appropriately.
Well, I can just remember times on advisory, which is capital A, that we felt or on the predecessor capital where you felt you were ignored. So you just felt like you were wasting your time. So you don't want anybody to waste their time, right?
Right.
But I want to point out too, that the current standing CIPC, their job is not to come up with projects. They're there to vet projects. So it still has to get to them from someone first. You know, they're not going to go, let's go do Corderville Road on their own. They're going to look at Corderville Road if it's presented to them as something that someone thinks should be there. So anyway,
But
that's
that-
all I wanted to say tonight. We'll talk about this further as far as really getting into what we think they should do. But I did want everybody to know there was a meeting. So, okay, all right. Okay, let's see the last one. Town response to the weekend weather. And I'm the right one to do this one. I just want you four to know. First of all, you know, kudos to our town, fire department, police department. So long story short, 6 o'clock on Friday night, one tree fell on Pine Hill Road. It took down 10 separate poles that had electrical wires on it, Verizon wires on it, all kinds of stuff. Boom, 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 all the way down. So my neighborhood of 127 houses didn't have electricity from 6 p.m. on Friday till about 10 o'clock on Saturday night. I spent many hours in my car reading my book with my heater on while my husband tended the fires inside. He said, he said, you can go to the hotel. I said, no, I'm not going to leave you. I'll stay here. But anyway, but the response was incredible. Look how cold it was. So those National Grid teams, the construction teams, they had to work all night, all day and all night again to circle. It's not fixed. What they have to do to really get it fixed is a lot of work. They had to literally stand up 10 new poles, dig in that frozen ground at night to try to get people electricity back. But our fire department and police department were great. They went house to house on Saturday in the neighborhood to check on people and were so great and so pleasant, did details. They blocked off, Pine Hill was blocked off from Greystone all the way to Parmenter for most of those 2 days. And so they had details on both ends monitoring that. But they were just, it truly made me proud to be part of this town. They were truly great. I know it sounds a little silly, but it was true. So I just wanted to let everybody know that that's what happened. And then my building also, the fire, the sprinkler gave way. So I found that out 10 o'clock in the morning. So it was a lovely weekend. So anyway,
Can I add one thing? to
course,
that
of
as well,
course.
Kathy? So just a shout out to Mr. Esposito from Facilities. Seeing as it was cold, he was on call. He did come in, and as well, he working with CERT, he opened the library early in case there was any need from citizens, as the fire department were going door to door
Yep.
with people. So just a shout out to him as well. That job well done for coming.
And I
in.
heard people actually went to the library too, so that was great. So one more thing too, we've got a great neighborhood over there. So, you know, we've got this beautiful community garden that I always brag about, but we've also got a lot of good IT people in the neighborhood. So we've got our own listserv server where we do our emails, and it's a very good email list. And it's got this huge Tesla backup battery. So we were able to communicate the whole time. So we had real-time pictures coming in, what was going on outside. People would go out and take pictures and show us how horrible it looked. So it really was, quite interesting.
Why didn't you hook that into the National Grid system?
Well, so anyway, okay, enough of that. So I think Lisa are you gonna do the ride along?
I am. Thank you. So I've had the opportunity to do this a couple times since I've been on the board. I find different things each time that I do it. I had the pleasure of being able to sit with Sergeant DeLuca for a bit and kind of just talk generally the department budgets and whatnot. And then I rode with Sergeant Nivert and Detective Nivert, sorry. So I always learn something new on these ride-alongs. I went during the 4 to 6 period, so it was a little busy. The last time I did it was a little bit slow. My one big takeaway is, if there's any residents of Southborough listening, is please, when you see someone in the right-hand lane pulled over, please do not try to whiz by them. Please make the effort to get out of that right-hand lane to get in the left-hand lane. I tell you, every time they stopped on Route 9, I was like having a heart attack. Cars came within inches of them. So if I could make one pleading to the public to please, that law is there for a reason. And we would hate to have something happen to our public safety. There was a lot of really good things, a lot of good conversations that we were able to have with just a variety of things, talking about the kind of state of the country right now and the unfortunate incident that happened. And one of the nicest things I will say is seeing the kindness that was just bestowed on people. I'll give one, for instance, specifically White Bagley. We all know how treacherous that corner can be. And we were coming up eastbound on Route 9, going to take the turnaround to come back towards 85. Lights were stopped. People were coming across White Bagley. The light turns green for people on Route 9 to take the left-hand turn. And this car that was sitting there the whole time just took off. And I'm like, seriously, you don't see the police car at this light. I mean, he didn't even get through the intersection before the blue lights came on. But again, it was a gentleman from Boston, and he wasn't happy, obviously, but our officers bestowed much kindness on him, and it ended up turning into a very positive discussion. So again, I would recommend to any members of the board to take the opportunity to do this. It truly gives you a very different perspective on things, and it also opens up the opportunity for some really beneficial dialogue with our officers. So again, thank you to the department. Thank you for Chief Newell for allowing me to partake in this, and it was just great. Thank you.
Aren't you doing the next one too? Shopsy, who's in the Shopsy update? And, oh, sorry, Andrew. I should.
So I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that at two of the most recent ShopSy meetings, there's been a discussion of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Strategic Financial Plan, which is a document that I was not really familiar with until it was just presented to us. So it's actually not really necessarily a new document because it's covers the fiscal year 2023 through let me get this straight here, fiscal year 2027. So, and it was prepared for by MAPC, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, and funded by their Technical Assistance Program and the town's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So what it does is it lays out a strategy about how to, over the next 5 fiscal years, make progress towards our affordable housing goals. And I thought it was a really interesting document. So I'll forward a copy to everyone on the board and make sure that it gets into the reference to it in the minutes. But I think it's a good reference point for thinking about some of the affordable housing opportunities and challenges that the town has going forward. It has some concrete suggestions about possible zoning changes. And another thing that we've talked about is maybe regularizing a fall town meeting where zoning and land use articles could be considered. So there's some interesting suggestions in there. So I just put this under the preview of coming attractions category. Hopefully we can have a good discussion at ShopSy about maybe trying to achieve some of the objectives set forth in that strategic plan.
Thank you. Mr. Purple?
Madam Chair, members of the board, very quickly, and I apologize, I just realized it wasn't in the packet. Everything else is in the packet, but in the 200 and some odd pages, it's not there. This is an email the board had received exactly a week ago, very early in the evening, from Chris Leroy about the updated tree removal list. Just wanted to acknowledge the work that Mr. Leroy has been doing to try to shepherd this process with the contractor. About a third of the trees are gone, are down. And so he's been very systematic about doing that. Acknowledge Ms. Hale, Ms. Berry in our office to make sure that we're trying to get it out on social media. We know the trees that are happening that day when we know ahead of time. The hope is that the remainder of the list, about another 50 or so trees in that are expected to be done by the end of this month, by March 1st. So again, wanted to give kudos, and it was a little bit late, but it did come in late for our meeting last week. One other item is just to let the board know, I did send out the notice. Lori Lavoli, our building commissioner, has submitted her notice that she is retiring. And the effective date of the retirement is March 3rd, 2023. She's done a great job for us. I think she's been one of the more approachable building commissioners we've had. I usually get very good comments from people back that she's very helpful in working with the builders, with the residents, asking questions. How do I do this? What's the best way for me to approach this project? She's tried to be very collaborative in terms of planning board and conservation and things of that nature. I've really appreciated her for everything she's brought to the position. You may not be aware, she's I think she's the immediate past president of the Mass Association of Building Commissioners, building officials. So it's really been great to have that And obviously, her network and everything was what brought us the part-time person that we have in place right now, who is as qualified as most building commissioners in the state. So we are going to have that layer to help us on a part-time basis. Now they're working Tuesday through Friday right now, about 5 hours a day. We're going to sit down and have a meeting, Ms. Hale, Ms. Lavoli, and I, and talk a little bit about how we're going to structure the office for the bridge period between Ms. Lavoli's departure and the arrival of a new building commissioner. So that'll be moving forward, but I just do want to acknowledge what she's brought to the town, and that I keep saying she's got big shoes that are going to be filled. She asked what kind of shoes. I said, well, it's going to be flip-flops for you. So, but again, just, thanks for being, part of the team.
All right, good report.
Mark, can I follow up on the tree comment? I'd like to give kudos to Mr. Leroy also, because I've noticed a substantial increase in communications about tree removals based on resident comments and resident questions and requests. I think that's extremely effective and important, and I would and congratulate him on making that effort, and I hope he keeps that up, because I think that obviously trees have been a hot topic for the last couple of years here, and that kind of communication, I think, can help deal with resident concerns. And everybody's not going to get everything they need, but if they're informed about what's going on and why we're doing what we're doing, I think that helps cool the temperature a lot. So again, great job, and hope he keeps it up. Thank you.
Another point on that, I think the thought and planning that went into the tree removal, especially for dealing with more on school vacation week, was great. And I just thank him for taking kid safety into consideration in that planning. So good job, Chris.
So I just want to thank the board for your comments, because he hears it from me that you do a good job and everything. It means a lot coming from the board. So I appreciate the comments, and I know that he will too. Thank you.
Thank you. I also left out one department when I was giving kudos to fire and police. DPW had to come to the neighborhood too and cut that tree. And so they came too, so they were called. So DPW was there too. All right, consent agenda. We've got 3 items. Anyone want to hold A? Yes, me, because I made a mistake in the minutes I did. And B?
Yes.
Yes, and then C?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so Lisa is going to recuse herself for C when we get to it, because again, it's DPW superintendent. Okay, so we'll do A and B, right? And then give Lisa a chance to go take a break. Okay, I did the minutes for our budget summit for 3 reasons. One was selfish and one was unselfish. Just 2 were selfish, one was unselfish. I just didn't want Bridget to have to watch an 8-hour meeting. I mean, my gosh. And so I just did them. I wanted to save us a little money too. And I didn't want to necessarily read a transcript of everything that got said that day. So anyway, there they are. So they're pretty brief to the point, but I misspelled Marnie Houlihan's name. So that's why I'm holding it to correct her name. It's Marnie. So other than that, anyone else want to correct the minutes?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I had the Marnie one plus line 54, select board members instead of member.
Okay,
1 character. Good
Okay.
job.
thank you. Anybody else on those minutes? Brief to the point? Okay. All right, okay, so,
I want to move to, okay.
go ahead, Andrew.
I move that we approve the open session minutes of select board meeting on January 28th, 2023.
Second,
All in favor?
as amended.
As amended.
Yes.
Right. Right, and I sent these to Andrew Pfaff because I was trying to save them some money too, so they can use our minutes. Okay, second one is the golf course. So I want to hold this. Anybody else want to ask questions? Okay, Sam, you start.
I had a comment. I didn't have a
Go
question.
ahead.
Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just general comment. This is a project that's been in the works for a while, and clearly we've had issues with the golf course and property owners on Lattisquama about stray balls. And I think the intent for people who haven't been following this is that we're moving the tee boxes a little bit to change the aiming point for the 6th and 7th holes, and planting some additional trees to provide more make it more difficult for people with a slice to send their balls onto Latticequama.
Screening.
And screening, that's right. And so, again, nothing's going to be perfect, but I think this plus some other things that the golf course management team and the committee is doing should make a significant difference in terms of stray balls there, and they'll continue to work on that. But it's a good step in the right direction, and we're anxious to get that going for the spring golf season here, which I think we can do if we approve this contract tonight. Thank you.
So just following on that, Mark, and I know you know the answers. I'm not putting you on the spot because I know you know this. Can you just review the money as far as where it's coming from this? So we're clear as to the fact that it really can get done before the season starts.
So this is going to feel like you set me up for this, because I actually had this figure, because I wanted to mention it this evening. The board has currently approved funding expenditures from the golf revolving fund. So money that we get back from the management company through the management contract goes into the golf revolving fund. Per the bylaw, it can only be spent on expenditures for the course. So we can't take it and put it into general fund. We can't take it and use it for anything but the course. So money has to go back into and making improvements on the course. Right now, we have about 144,400 and some, I don't remember the last two numbers, in 81, thank you.
Approximately.
That is in the revolving fund. With the money that the board has approved for the golf architect, including managing the work of the contract that you previously approved, including the paving of John Wilson Drive, I like saying that, and the golf parking lot, and this project, that totals 144,800, and I don't remember the last two numbers. My point being is that if they want to start the paving project early, we should have the funds available to do that. The only caveat would be, I would be asking this board and advisory to raise that limit for this fiscal year one more time in order to do that work. I'm not intending to raise the limit as stated in the town meeting warrant article for the limits for the revolving fund, leaving it at $75,000. But for this year, if that work all coincides within this year, we do have the funds. We'll just need to raise the limit for this one instance in order that all that work can be completed before July 1st. So I thought that was very good news that we were within less than $400 of what we actually need to complete all of the work that we're committed to. And again, there will be funds coming in March and April and May that will more than close any gap that we need to.
And Mark, you might point out that we're getting, I think, a little over $70,000 a year from the management company now for the most recent season for the revenue for the town. And if revenue continues to grow, that number is going to grow also. So that's wonderful news.
It seems that we had so many things with COVID that set us back. And the one silver lining is that golf was the first thing to open back up.
Mhm.
And it really, generated a real interest in the course.
Mhm.
And we've continued to make improvements. Play has continued. A lot of new players are coming to the course, a lot of new groups. And I think you've got a golf committee right now that's a little bit invigorated in trying to make sure that we continue to move this forward and we don't sit on our laurels and continue to look at ways to encourage more youth programs, more ways to get people excited about coming out and playing.
Mhm. And they're looking at ways to coordinate with the Recreation Commission
Yes.
and get more, again, drive from that direction. So and all this is
Right.
very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mark, not quite yet. You're not done. So
not
irrigation,
going anywhere.
irrigation.
Yes,
So can you speak to what the plan is for that?
it's not on the agenda.
CPC.
So I believe that Mr. Shoner, who is the chair of golf committee, has been politely hounding the chair of CPC to talk about a project to improve the irrigation systems in the golf course. I believe there is a understanding that CPC would see this as a viable project. And the question is when exactly that is going to come before CPC for approval and then a subsequent town meeting. The timing of this work is such that it likely would happen near the end of the season. If I understand from the management company, they'd prefer to do this in like October and November, and then do the testing of the system just before the course shuts down for the year. At
So
the end of
special
November.
town meeting articles, what we're talking.
So it could be a special town meeting article, should CPC be ready at that point. But again, CPC's got some bigger items in the fire, and they've already got some debt that they've incurred on which bonds need to be paid. So we're made earlier about the CPC increase.
All right. Okay, so I'm still shocked at the difference in the two bids. I mean, that is unexplainable. I mean, it's so whatever.
Yeah,
Uh,
like I said, I think it comes down to a matter of scheduling and a matter of
Yeah,
availability.
they didn't want it for sure.
And I'm very glad that, actually both bidders are bidders that did work for the town and did very nice jobs on the projects over there. So, either one of them would have passed muster. It's just that one of them was much more competitive bid. So we're fortunate.
All right, any further discussion on this one? Okay, so I make a motion to approve the low bid of 75,300 from Bowditch Excavating on this project, and that 675,300 includes the 10,600 alternate bid for the trees.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 0. All right, so you got your vote.
Thank you.
All right, so Lisa, we'll see you shortly.
Don't go too far.
Okay, I think this one's gonna be quick. Yeah, don't go far. Okay, so we started discussing this last meeting, and then Ms. Melanowski wanted us to get clarification on a couple things as far as the proposed contract with Community Paradigm to help us with our DPW superintendent search. So Mr. Purple, you want to update us on your conversation with Mr. Lynch?
Sure. I did speak with Mr. Lynch and talked with him a little bit about the, again, the concern of the board, given our current position. We had offered the position to somebody, they had accepted, and then we kind of got left at the altar. And Mr. Lynch had said that obviously they would not do that. It's in their best interest to make sure that we have somebody successfully in the position. So should we be left in a similar position, the only expense is simply going to be the town's re-advertising of the position. And that is per this contract already is a requirement of the towns. So the $9,000 will cover the search. If we don't get somebody done in the position under contract, they will continue for us until we do. We simply need to pay for re-advertisement.
Everybody okay with that?
Good. Yep.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, so. we'll do the motion.
Sure. I move that we approve the contract for Community Paradigm for the DPW superintendent recruitment.
Second.
All in favor? 401. All right,
You take a break or?
she's coming back in.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry. All right, I'm going to start over because this is important. So to tee this one up, we spent last week's meeting talking about this proposed MOU. Spent most of the time talking about the license agreement, old one, proposed new one. Spoke to Mr. Tellerman, asked him to revise it, which he's done. So we've got in front of us to basically remove the, let me just call it the new license agreement. So what we've got in front of us tonight is an MOU that basically strips, definitely gets rid of the old agreement. It makes that one null and void. So that one's gone with this, and that was gone with the first one too. But the new thing is section 5 is pretty much gone. Other than a couple of things which we should definitely talk about what they mean. But for the most part, section 5 from the previous version is totally gone. Okay. So far, so good? All right, so now let's talk about what's actually left in as far as the license agreement. So what Mr. Talman was trying to do is still, if the land swap doesn't pass, give us a way to access the St. Mark's parcel to basically do something to not leave them with what we created, right? So that's in here. Now let's see. Okay, if you look at 5J, that's the sentence that does that. So in the event that the aforesaid conveyances do not take place, the town shall retain a license to enter on the school property and complete any grading or landscaping restoration, which I think term the restoration activities, as the parties may agree is necessary with respect to previous work done by the town.
And Kathy?
Yep.
I support that concept. I think that's important, but clearly license is a hot button word.
Yeah.
So should we say something like the school agrees to allow the town to work on the property to blah, blah, blah,
Well, you could change the word license to right. You could
Yeah.
say.
or allows the town to, something like that.
So you could say the town shall retain a right to enter.
The school will allow the town to enter the property and complete any grading or landscaping restoration, et cetera. So
Okay.
just get rid of the word. It's the same concept, but just get rid of the word that people seem to react to. And I think the idea is important that we, do have an obligation to work to restore as best we
Everybody okay
can
with that so
in that
far?
event.
Okay. Okay, now the one that I'm not sure about. If you look at 5, the first part of paragraph 5, and go to the top of page 3. So the last sentence. He says, upon such conveyances, the parties agree that they shall be permitted to do incidental work on each other's properties to complete the projects completed herein. So in that case, he's given us a right to start doing some work if the MOU passes at town meeting, but the closing.
I don't think so. The conveyances are the trigger point there. So in other words, that is when the property
I
changes
agree, but
hands.
look what he says.
Yeah.
He says, upon such conveyances,
Yeah.
the parties agree that they shall be permitted to do incidental work on such. Okay, so this is, I don't think I haven't talked to him. Why would you need this once the closing's taken place? I mean, the closing's taken place, that means that all of the contingencies are out of the way, planning board's out of the
Right.
way.
Yeah.
Right, so I don't know why you would need this. So what I thought he was trying to do is give us a way to work on the property, doing small things between the time the
On town meeting
yeah,
approval
approved
instead
upon
of
town meeting
on such
approval and the
conveyances.
time that it actually closes. That's what I thought he was trying to do, but I agree, he didn't say that there.
That was my understanding.
Because the
as well.
other part,
Yep.
it doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
You don't need that. If
Yep.
you've already conveyed it, you've got the right to do
Yep.
it, right?
That was the other change that I thought we need to make
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
So everybody agree that needs to be clarified what he's trying to do there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But again, this to me actually deals with the strong input I've gotten. Town meeting turns this down, then we're basically, the project stops and we got some remedial work to do, but they are in the decision
Yep.
control here, which is what I think people wanted.
Now, this is trivia, but I don't want to forget it. If you go to page 1, all the whereases, look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the last whereas. The last sentence in that whereas it should say the school as described here. And so it's just a typo. It says it skips the school property from the town. It should say from the school. So that
Yes.
just needs to get fixed.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so here we are. So why don't everybody comment on what they have in front of them? With those comments already being made, and let's see where we are tonight. Okay, Lisa, you want to start?
Thanks. Thanks, Kathy. I think this is a document that will withstand a lot of scrutiny from town meeting. I think this is good. I would actually, the only thing I would do is, I know planning board sent a letter today. I'm actually comfortable signing this because I think I debated back and forth on this. Do we want to sign it before town meeting? And I've really waffled on this, but I think what this document does is it extinguishes the old license and it puts the ball in town meeting's court that in the event that approval is not obtained, then this agreement's null and void. So it's putting all the onus on town meeting to decide what they want to do. But I think it still has all of the things we talked about at the last meeting. So I would be comfortable signing this prior to town meeting because I think it does exactly what we've been asked to do, and it still gives town meeting the power. The only thing is, I would just like to hear from planning board on Jay before we officially sign it. And I assume it's got to go back to St. Mark's as well.
Well, I was going to point that out.
Okay.
We only wanted to go back, I think, St. Mark's one time. Remember, they've got a board
Yes.
of trustees that
Yeah.
only meets 4 times a year.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to have to call a special Zoom meeting, I would guess, to get them to approve these changes. I don't know that John Warren and Rob have the authority to do this without the board.
Okay.
So you know, out of consideration for them, I think we've got to get our job done and agree on the document that we are willing to sign.
Yeah.
Then go back to St. Mark's and ask them to do the same thing. But I don't want to go back twice, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why I want to get our language straight. We're definitely not going to sign this tonight, which I told planning board. I replied to her and said that was never the plan anyway. So truly get it ready, so that it goes back to them once.
Yeah, so I'll just say overall, Kathy, I'm very supportive of the document that's in front of us. I think the discussions we've had are well represented in here. And I would just ask for the planning board piece to see that, give them the opportunity to speak to Jay. But otherwise, I think this is great. Thank you.
Chelsea?
Thank you. I agree with the changes and the comments that were made before. My only question is more of a practical one. In terms of if we do this and discontinue the road, I think we need to get with the chiefs on how we would actually execute on that, just to make sure that we have a plan from a public safety perspective.
I agree. Of course, that doesn't affect this. So
No.
that's a whole separate.
Agreed.
issue, right?
It does
So we
not
gotta
affect
get our
this,
Arms around that.
But
too.
I think we should get ahead of
Okay.
that conversation
Agree.
so that way we know what we're doing when that does happen.
Totally agree. Sam?
As always, I agree with Lisa and Chelsea.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny. You're okay? That's what so far? Okay, Andrew?
Yes, I'm also okay.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Okay, so the plan then, just to be clear, is to go to Jay, get that one sentence clarified why it's there, right? Get the typo fixed. Bring it back, let planning board have a chance to talk to Jay and get their issues ironed out as far as their piece of this. And then take one more look at it and say, this is a clean document, so we could do that either on the 28th, do it on the 28th. Hold on just a second. Do it on the 28th, right? So that we can, in the meantime, Mark will be talking to his counterpart at St. Mark's. So, and he has been all along, he's been keeping him very much up to date so that they can start planning how they're going to get, assuming they have to get a second approval, which I don't know for sure, but I would bet they do. So he's got time to get that teed up. Okay,
We have 2 raised hands in the audience.
all right, whose hands are raised?
Farrington. Fiore.
All right, so can you bring them over? Okay, we're done. Everybody's happy with discussion? Okay, all right.
Hello?
Hi, who is that? Grant, is that you?
Hi, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm here too, I think.
Oh.
Patty, Grant's going to talk first.
No problem.
Okay, great. Yeah, just wanted to ask a few questions regarding the document. First, I do agree that this version is much better than the one discussed last week, and I agree with many of the changes that were made. So that's definitely good progress. And I also agree with your questioning of that sentence about upon such conveyances, the parties agree that they should be permitted to do incidental work. I did just have a question regarding the town meeting contingency. In the previous version, and I'm just pulling up the other version here. It said that that the that the parcels described herein are contingent upon the town obtaining approval of the town Southborough annual town meeting in the spring of 2023. Whereas in the new version here, it's set approval to be obtained at the spring annual town meeting in 2023 or such other town meeting as may be designated by the parties. And so I was just wondering about the change there, adding in the extra opportunity for other town meetings.
I don't know why that got changed. I'm not sure. I think he's just trying to give us flexibility because he knew we were probably going to have a fall town meeting. So Grant, I don't know why that got added.
Yeah, I'm in favor of more flexibility
Yeah,
here,
really.
just in case. So.
Okay, just two other quick points here. The other is, regarding the planning board contingency. I attended the planning board meeting last night, and I know that they wanted to speak with town council and also, I believe, provide comment to you about their feelings about that. So just wanted to say that. And then lastly, I did have a question about paragraph 7, about the new paragraph about parties to bear their own cost of construction. I couldn't, just the way that I was reading this, it says the parties agree that upon conveyance, which is upon the transfer of land, as contemplated herein, the school shall bear all the expenses for construction and work on the town property, and the town shall bear all the expenses for construction and work on the school property. And so I was just wondering if this is after the conveyance, which is after the actual transfer, why would the school be paying for the work on the town property and the town be paying for the work on the school property? It seemed like that was reversed in my
It
mind.
does sound like it is,
Nope.
but it's not. If you look at the definition of town property, which is capitalized in the definition of school property, that he's got it right. So in the end, it's basically the former town property, former school property, but he's got it right as far as how he worded it, because he's using the capitalized terms that were defined on the first page.
Right. So those are the defined
Okay.
terms there. So that refers to the current owners of the property.
Okay. Is there any way to clarify that that it would be then the former town property, or is
That
it
would
just?
be wrong to clarify it that way. So,
Okay.
I mean, this is legally correct,
Okay, just wanted to.
which we can
sure.
defend at town.
But
meeting.
good point, good point.
And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Patty?
Actually, I believe that between the points you brought up and the ones that Grant just did, it covers everything I had highlighted in the agreement as issues.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think we're done. Excuse me? You can go to the podium and ask a question.
Anyway, you've made huge improvements to the agreement, so thank you for that. I'm just wondering, have you thought really carefully? I know you've spent a huge amount of time trying to think about what the town meeting needs to do if it's approved, but have you thought really carefully about what will be needed in the MOU if it fails the land swap? Have you really thought that through? So you don't want people to get up and say, well, if it fails, because the chances are it's going to fail on just with sheer numbers, it's 2/3 vote. So, the fact that mathematically it's going to be difficult for it prove. So you need to spend, I'm just urging you to think really carefully. Do you have all the items in there that you need in the event it fails? I mean, for instance, I don't know examples, but last night I was thinking about, what happens, do you need repair money? For instance, what's going to happen to the 290? Does that all belong? I want to talk when you're dealing with articles in a couple of minutes. There's another item on your agenda, isn't it? I want to bring it up then in more detail. But for instance, should there be anything here about is the 290 relevant or not?
So, Mr. Perry, I appreciate the questions and I appreciate the way you've asked them. I don't think that belongs to the MOU. They're good questions, but I don't think, the how to pay the 290 back belongs to the MOU with St. Mark's, but these are good questions. So it sounds like you're, starting to maybe support this.
No, not,
We're not there yet?
no, I don't. Now, I want to be clear.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of the project. I don't think it's necessary.
But are you getting a little lukewarm at all? Are you coming around?
No, I haven't changed my mind at all. I want it to go, the job of you're the executive, aren't you? You're the executive, you're the managers of the town. So it's very important that you think through. I was a selectman once. You have to think through, not just what you want to happen, what you necessarily don't want to happen. You don't want chaos at town meeting floor. You don't want people getting egg on their face, so you've thought through. After all, someone on your board is going to have to present this thing neutrally, not just sort of proactively. Because it's a choice and the town is very likely not to vote for it. So it's just very important for one of you to think how to present this neutrally. And so that it's, fair, either way, pro or con, the steps are worked out properly. So it doesn't end up in chaos. That's my interest. And I haven't thought.
So thank you. I think those are very good points. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. We're done. Okay, Chelsea. So Chelsea's going to do an update on the proposed IMA for regional dispatch.
Thank you. And can we bring over Ms. Lyden, please? So there are several documents in the public packet for this evening. And there's been a lot of work done by our town council, Elizabeth Lyden, who's joining us now. And she, as I mentioned last week, had done the Easton portion of the Foxborough IMA, or represented Easton for the Foxborough IMA. So she had a lot of great suggestions and cleaning up of the document. So essentially we started at a boilerplate state 911 presented document, and now it's really formed into the four towns coming together on what will work for us, and making it so that all four towns are really comfortable with what's in here. So there's a memo in your packet that outlines the substantial changes that were made by our town council as of last week. And since then, there have been some more changes that I'll go over with you this evening, and that you will get. They're kind of in flux right now with everybody's input coming from the four towns. So we'll have another version of that for next week. But what I wanted to accomplish tonight was making sure that this board understood the changes, we're comfortable with the changes. We have Liz here in the Zoom room to answer any questions as it relates to state statute, what's allowed, what's not allowed, if there's anything else like that. And to make sure that we're still on the path of moving forward with the IMA. The town of Grafton and Hopkinton are doing a similar meeting tonight, and Westboro is doing next Tuesday, and all the towns will be taking a final vote on the IMA next week. Running in a parallel line is Chief Purcell, who's the fire chief in Westboro, is working with Collins Center to develop the grant application, which, as a reminder, is due March 2nd, as well as to go along with the signed IMA. So that's kind of an overview of the document. I'll also add that there's been questions that I've received from the public regarding the location of the rec that's being proposed here. It is 30 Otis Street in Westboro, which is a Superfund site. And we've been in close communication with the town town manager's office in Westboro. There's been extensive work done to clean up that site. And they will be, they have a meeting with EPA this week. So I'm hoping to have an update for you after that meeting. So Liz, do you want to add anything before we get into the details?
No, I think that the memo that I sent covers the majority of the changes, but I'm here to answer any questions or I can go through it with you.
So fire away.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Chelsea, you want to talk about, you said there's some changes in process here. If you
Yeah.
tell
You
us
want me to
what
go through
are.
those?
I've got a
Sure.
bunch of questions, but maybe you've already addressed them.
Sure. So I can go through one by one on those. There were 2 whereas sections that are being added to clarify the actual process that we're going through. So those are pretty, and they actually did come from Foxborough. Section 5C, which talks about all 911 calls for the participating communities will be answered by the primary public safety answering point located at Metro West Rec. We actually expanded that to include, additionally, the rec shall also have the ability to receive and process emergency calls on pre-identified phone numbers other than 911, examples, alarm calls, hotlines, animal control. So we recognize that there's other things that come through other than 911 that need to be addressed in a timely manner. So expanding on that language. The next section was 5D, where it refers to the secondary answering point. So we added in language that talks about an alternate PSAP in addition to a secondary answering point, so that it would be like another rec that would be able to fill in for us if we had some sort of issue.
So 2 backup levels then basically.
2 backup levels. Yep. The next one was on section 6A1, where it refers to taking pre-arrival instructions. So we changed language to be specific to EMD, which is national standard. So make the language a little bit stronger. 7A. I don't remember if this is in your packet or not, but I'll talk about 7A because it's important. I'm not sure if this is updated in your packet yet or not. I'm getting confused with the versions, but so here, so Southborough is the only town that doesn't have a charter. And this was one of the main concerns, at least that I took away from our conversation and some of the public feedback, was that we had all town employees on all 3 of the committees, meeting the board of directors, the operations committee, and the financial committee. So we approached the other towns. Well, Mark actually did a great job with this with Liz. I really didn't get involved too much in this. And approached the other towns and made a pitch that for Southborough, we should really be treated a little bit differently because we don't have a charter. So we want the opportunity to have the select board either fill the board of director role with one of us or designate the chief administrative officer to do that. So that is a separate carve out for us, assuming that you agree with that approach.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand what it means for Southwell not to have a charter. So could someone clarify?
I'll let Mark clarify.
I was gonna take advantage of council. But
Okay.
Communities where your governance structure is set up as a charter position, which means that it's usually more authority that's invested in this position as a town manager. So it shifts some of the authorities that would rest with the select board, to the manager position. And just basically, it's the structure of your government, which is a little bit different. So even though Grafton has a town administrator, they have a charter which delineates the responsibilities and sets that up. And I think that in talking with the other communities and talking with Attorney Lydon, they all wanted to retain, I guess the best way to put it is to keep the politics out of the board of directors. But here, where the select board is stronger in that role, it was felt that the board would like to have the ability to control things, that have the ability to have a seat on the board of directors, so that it just wouldn't be the town administrator. And so the other communities pushed back a little bit and said, well, good for you, but not us.
Yep.
And so, and I, Ms. Malinowski gave me credit. I'm going to pass it down to Attorney Lydon, that we did a cutout. It said, okay, well, Southborough is going to do it this way, and then everybody else, it would be this. And everybody was amenable to that. And I know that that was something I think that was brought up, in a couple of different avenues.
So it's my understanding, though, Attorney Lydon may correct me on this, but if you don't have a charter, then your town structure is determined by state law. There's state statute that says here's how things are organized. If you do have a charter, you have the opportunity to change that in a variety of ways and make each one unique. So my understanding is that each town with a charter actually has some differences from other towns, and so that is unique to those towns. Not surprising that these towns want to keep those factors that are unique to them. We're sort of the rubber stamp version, everybody else who doesn't have a charter. And it works okay for us, but again, we are different in that regard.
But and I think the issue is that the language had said chief administrative officer, which in a community not designated would be the select board. But in the bylaw, it does say I'm the chief administrative officer.
Yep.
So that didn't work. And then looking at a chief executive, and we tried to find a bunch of different ways to get there, but the easiest way was to simply do the cutout for Southborough to allow it to assign a member to the board of directors in the fashion Southborough wants to, and everyone else, the other three communities would follow with the chief administrative
I
officer.
think that makes sense.
All right, so to be perfectly clear, that cutout gives Southborough, the select board, the right to appoint.
So yes, so we would appoint one of us if
So
that's the
a select board
choice.
member. We could appoint someone else if we wanted to, but.
Or it says or designee.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
So it gives you a good amount of latitude.
Yeah.
And that is so the board of directors controls, so the operating committee and the financial committee
Advisory committee, yeah.
report back to the board of directors. So in other words, and the board of directors has the final say.
Okay, so that was a
I
big
was in
change.
Mr. Jennington and negotiating down there for it already.
We could appoint Governor Healy as our rep.
So that was a big change that Mark and Liz did a great job working through with the other admins and managers. Okay, next is 7E will be a new 7E. And all the other letters will move down. And this was to add a quarterly report from the executive director to all the towns. So that was added. 8C3. We reworded that one to say the choice of dispatch facility components and the operation and maintenance of the system shall be based upon best fiscal practices and shall at times provide professional and timely response for the emergency dispatch and communication services to the citizens served by the district. So it was really making it a more positive statement. So everybody was okay with that. Okay, section 10 at the bottom of page 11, at least the last paragraph. So this is where we talk about the debt and going to town meeting. And Sam, I know you'll appreciate this. There's actually state statute that governs this. So rather than putting all the verbiage into this section, we decided to just refer to state statute so that if anything ever were to change, then it would be reflective in state statute. So this is where the rec, if they were going to bond something, they'd have 15 days to notify the towns. And then the towns have 60 days to react. So it's similar to what Algonquin is doing for the turf. Yeah.
But the original language said that during that review time, that was the select board that decides, not town meeting. So is the new proposed language?
So you can bring it to town meeting,
Okay,
but so like, it's the same for Algonquin. So if we choose not to bring it to town meeting, it's the same thing.
Can the select board decide this, though?
Liz, you want to?
If we don't bring it, my reading of the prior language was that the select board had to approve it. And that meant that we could take it to town meeting if we wanted to, but if we didn't want to, then we had the authority to approve it. Is that what's in the latest version?
So I haven't seen the latest version that you have in front of you.
Yeah.
Um,
So this is the last paragraph in section 10.
Okay,
And we essentially struck the language there other than to refer to the statute.
correct. So what we had before, and you can correct me if I'm not looking at the latest, but
Yeah.
prior to the latest change, it said that a district had to appropriate the correct amount, and then if they did not, they would be subject to termination. And that all of the financial obligations of the participating communities are subject to annual municipal appropriation. The statute clarifies that if it is not appropriated, if the municipality fails to include any apportioned amount certified in its appropriations, the Board of Assessors will raise the amount in the tax levy of that year.
But that's not what we're talking about here, I don't think. The sentence that I was looking at, the prior version in the section 10 said, if prior to the expiration period, the select board of any member municipality votes to disapprove the amount authorized by the district board, the debt shall not be incurred. So I don't know what the state statute says about that, but I would vote to keep the select board in the decision chain there. And then we
Yeah.
could take it to town meeting if we choose to, or if not,
So Liz, in state statute, does the select board have the authority to vote against
that.
the debt?
In the state, let me just look back
Okay.
at the section.
And I assume the state statute has timelines similar to what the language is here, Chelsea.
That's my understanding, but we'll confirm with Liz.
So this is for debt, you said,
Debt,
correct?
right.
Yeah.
Not the annual assessment.
Okay, so that is in the statute.
So any one of the 4-member towns has a veto over this?
But veto the debt, yeah, which
Yes,
I don't think is a bad idea, actually.
okay. The district board shall apportion the amount so determined among the member municipalities under the terms of the district agreement. The amounts apportioned for each member municipality shall be certified by the district treasurer to the chief executive officers. So that would be the select board, board of assessors, and treasurers for the participating municipalities. And the amount so certified shall be appropriated and paid to the district treasurer at the time specified in the district agreement. If any participating municipality fails to include any apportioned amount so certified, that's where the Board of Assessors raises the levy.
This is for the annual assessment. This is not debt, I think, right?
That is for. Hold on. Yeah, that is for debt. I'm sorry.
If that's for debt, then I have a problem with that. And I like the original language better. I would think there would be different language for debt and annual assessment. That seems to me to be.
So for taking on the debt, let me just see if
So
there's
you have
anything
the
separate.
legal citation for the, what's the
Yeah,
new
it's
paragraph?
chapter 44, MGL 6A 18R. 44,
Under R, you said 18R.
yeah, R,
MGL what?
That's under the district powers. Okay.
44, 6A 18R,
RG or just?
RG. Well,
So the Finance Advisory Subcommittee shall vote on the proposed debt within 14 days. If the Finance Advisory Subcommittee approves the debt may be authorized by the district board and written notice of the amount of the debt and of its general purposes given to the city council and the board of selectmen or town council of each member municipality not later than 7 days after the date on which the debt was authorized by the district board. No debt shall be incurred until the expiration of 60 days from the date the debt was authorized by the district board. If prior to the expiration date, the city council or board of selectmen or town council of any member municipality votes to disapprove of the amount,
That's the same language as the prior draft then. That's good.
Okay,
the debt shall not be incurred.
Yep,
okay,
good.
all right,
Thanks.
good on that. Thanks, Liz.
Yep.
Okay, 11. So we talked about doing 50% population, 50% 911 calls. That's not changed, but it will be reevaluated yearly.
I have another suggestion for that, but should we talk about my list later or do you want to talk about it now?
No, you can stop me now. Go ahead.
I was trying to think about how cost is really driven here. And it's by people's time, I think, in terms of the workload in the center. And it seems to me that it could happen two ways. That I think the 50% for the population is not bad because that's a measure of sort of capacity or potential demand for the services. And the calls, though, number of calls is one metric, but the duration of calls is another one. So if you've got a crazy hypothetical case, if you've got one community that's producing not many calls, but 2 hours for each call kind of thing, that's a strain on workload. And versus another community that has thousands of 10-second calls or whatever, wrong numbers, whatever it is. So it seems to me a balance that maybe I was thinking 50% population, 50% or 25% on number of 911 calls, or all calls, if it's coming from some of these other sources that you mentioned. And then the other one would be 50% on the total number of minutes of the calls. 25 on minutes, 25 on number of calls. I don't know if the phone switch is capable of tracking the time. I think they should be, certainly, at least most business phone switches are. So just add up the number of minutes or seconds, if you will, that are coming from each member community. And that gives you a way to sort of account for different call duration and another workload driver. I don't know.
think that's quite complicated.
Yeah.
Sam. And if again, we want this to be steady, right? We want assessment to be fairly steady. And so if you do, and population is fairly steady, right?
Yep.
That piece of steady, and that actually favors us. And the other half, as far as number of calls, my guess is, I don't know the numbers, but I bet that's pretty steady in my towns too. So I'd rather have something that's more predictable than what you're proposing. It's not that what you're saying doesn't make sense, but I think it's too complicated and might cause like this, which I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me see.
Yeah, well, again, one vote. If I were doing it, that's the way I do it, but I defer to greater numbers. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay.
Well, does anybody else agree with Sam as far as the third? So I think you.
Sorry.
As usual.
No, that's a good point.
And then I think the last one that I have is on the district personnel. So we added language around preference for current employees in the towns to go through the application process and have preference over somebody who has the same qualifications. Who is,
Can we dwell on that for a moment?
Yeah.
Because as we know, one of the big concerns in our department, probably the others too, is people who work locally
Yeah.
having to move, right?
Yeah.
And not being guaranteed jobs, right? And so can we talk about how this process, have we really fine tuned it enough to understand how it's going to play out once we're ready to truly move people over?
I had a suggestion about that. One is you could actually have a target for staffing proportional to the population. And say that if we've got, 20% of the population, total population, then the expectation would be 20% of our staff would have, first shot. You don't want to hire somebody who's not qualified, but, presumably everybody's going to be qualified. But to be able to at least bias it in that direction for people, I would be very disappointed, for example, if this goes forward and they hire, 30 people or 20 people, whatever it is, and nobody's from any of nobody's a resident of any of, or a former employee of any of the participating towns.
Yeah.
Unusual, but I think that's not a bad pressure to put on it.
so, but I think that was the goal of adding this language in, is so that the current employees would have preference in terms of hiring, so that is encouraged.
But I'm taking it one step further.
Okay.
To say aim for a proportion. So if we've got 20% of the population the goal would not just be general preference, would be, we'd have a strong push, and you guys go balance it sort of. A strong push to say we wind up with 20% of the staff from our current staff, ideally. And not that that's, a rigid
Yeah.
requirement, but that's an expectation.
Okay, I guess I would need to understand. I don't know the numbers off the top of my
Yeah.
head of what they're looking at,
Mm.
but my guess is that if we're 20, our percentage of population. I don't see how we would even have enough currently employed that would fit a 20%.
Well,
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, nobody is gonna have all of their staff hired in the regional center, probably, I'm guessing. Is that fair?
I don't know about that.
Don't think so.
So there
I don't
was,
know
like I
about
said,
that.
there was a good amount of conversation about this and I will just express, the points that I made. I do think that it is important that we do have preference in here for hiring for our current dispatchers in the 4 communities. I think that's important. I do think that we need to be careful not to make it too restrictive. We're going to hire an executive director. The executive director's got to set a plan. They've got to chart a path. They're responsible for the operation. They should be able to determine what staffing levels they need and everything. So, to basically bind them to, needs to be at least this many people, or it needs to be this many people from a certain community, or, I think gets a little bit restrictive. So I agree with the guidelines. And I think that it's important to give them a direction that we'd like them to go, but they do need the freedom to be able to set up their, because again, if the operation succeeds or fails, it's going to be based on their plans, their operation versus. Yeah.
I agree, Mark. I'm not suggesting that there's a rigid structure here,
Right.
but just saying that the hope is that,
Right.
And maybe that's not part of the MOU, but that to me is a strong push for
Yeah.
the executive director to say, we hope that the towns will be appropriately represented in terms of staffing here.
So I think you'll see in the new language that'll be in the draft that I think we've all come to agree on, at least as far as the 4 communities that have been meeting about this. I think you'll see that reflected. And, that is something that, could be further tweaked if you don't think it goes in the direction that you're looking for.
So Mara and Chelsea, are we saying the following in so many words that when it comes time to staff up, that I'm just making up a number. I have no idea how many people. Let's say they need 40 people. I'm just throw it out. And let's say among the 4 towns right now, and I'm making this number up too, there's 50 employees that do dispatch, right? So there's 40 positions to be hired for. We've got 50. That what we're saying is that what is required is that 50 gets interviewed for those 40 jobs. And you try to staff those 40 with the 50, and only when you can't do that for some reason, do you go outside those 50 people? That's what we're trying to say
Correct.
here.
Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense to me.
Yes.
Okay, all right. We don't know what the numbers are yet, right?
Right.
As far as what we need.
Right.
We certainly don't want so I don't understand who the hiring group is, but we don't want the hiring group to be biased toward Westboro or Hopkinton. So we want everybody
Yeah.
to get a fair chance to have their employees in the pool, right? But what we're not saying is that if we need, so look at my numbers, 80%, right? So 40 and 50, that everyone's going to have 80% of their employees hired. It depends on resumes, et cetera, right?
And depends on how many you need. So what in here is to provide rosters, or in the new language, to provide rosters for every full-time and part-time employee that you have employed. One thing I forgot to mention too, there's a section in here that I'm not coming across right now, but I'm pretty sure it's in here. And Liz, you can probably keep me honest here, but there's a section on the lease of the building. And that does not need to go to Westboro's town meeting. I know that was a question as to, purchasing the building, leasing the building. They have the authority to do a 25-year lease agreement.
Good.
For $1.
That will be a separate document.
Okay, for $1.
I don't know.
Don't we want to know that at some point soon?
We do. Mhm.
All right.
Sure.
And it's about the vote required to approve something at the Board of Directors. So this is in
Yeah.
section 7H.
Yep.
my understanding from the first version is so the board of directors is very important because the board of directors approves the budget, et cetera, hiring. And my understanding before was what was required was a majority vote. So assuming you stick with the 4, that if there was a 2-2 tie, something would not get approved because 50% is not a majority of.
Yeah.
So then this seems to change it though, so that,
You're right.
okay, all right. See, I kind of like the requirement that for really important decisions, you do need to get 3 of the 4 votes. And I think it does protect a smaller town like ours a little bit. We still could be outvoted, but
Yeah.
it gives us some protection. So because that sentence, this is suggesting that the executive director is the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So I just didn't know what that change was intended. Is it intended to change the number of votes required to approve something?
Well, it's to break a tie. So
In recognition
it's-
of there could be an
Yeah.
even number. That's why it's there. I
Right.
think. But I actually agree with you as far as what I'd rather see too. That it. I
Me
think it
too.
To be
Okay.
a majority, even
Super.
if it's,
Yeah, so it might
tiny
mean
number of
it's a
towns.
little bit harder to get bigger decisions approved, but it's a little more protection for a smaller town and it's more government by consensus.
So I think it's more protection for any town. I don't think it matters what size because we get the same number of votes.
Yeah.
So I don't know that our population or size matters on this.
Okay,
Okay, we can bring that back.
So, Liz is our town council. She's made, these improvements, these changes to this. Have the other 3 towns actually, is that what they're doing tonight? Are they,
No.
they're looking at her, are they doing?
So we're beyond that now. So Liz Liz was the first town council to opine. And all the towns got that version, which is essentially the version that you're seeing tonight. And since then, Westborough's town council has weighed in as well as, all 3 of the other town councils. I'm pretty sure Hopkinton
Yes, Hopkinton did as well.
and Grafton did.
And I
So,
yeah, I believe Grafton really didn't have many changes beyond what Attorney Lyden.
yeah. Westborough's did have some, but nothing that it was more cleanup and, language, just making sure everything matched. So, all 4 town councils have weighed
I
in now.
think we got all the substantive changes.
We, yes, Liz spent a lot of time on this for us.
Can I go through my list?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, in terms of the Superfund issue, I'm not sure legally who has liability for these kind of things, but it would seem to me that Westboro is the property owner, is the sort of the fallback position there. If the district leases the building from Westboro, then it would be great to have some sort of an indemnification clause in the lease to say that property owner indemnifies the lessee from any claims related to, Superfund issues, blah, 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 whatever legal language is there, just to make sure that we're insulated from that, because it, worst case, some employee goes in there and has, some disease that they claim is related to the Superfund site and, sues all the towns and everybody. It would be great to have Westboro stand behind that if possible. And I
What
know
would you
that,
say if you were Westboro?
I would say I own the problem and I gotta stand behind it.
I wouldn't.
You
I'd say,
wouldn't,
I gave it to you for $1.
I'd be inclined to try to get out of it, but on the other hand, and I know the Westboro, I've done some digging. Westboro Public Health Director at one point said that they believe that the site is perfectly safe, et cetera, for these kind of uses. So, but again, I think that to me is a, in this litigious society, somebody can sue anybody for anything. It'd be great to somehow cap that risk, or maybe you find a way to insure that risk somehow. I don't know.
So-
what that is, but
If I
Yes.
could, legally, they, as the property owner, they would be responsible under the site assignment process, not site assignment, but under the statute. And in the terms of the lease, we typically would include insurance and indemnification as an extra provision to protect the town. So those are standard terms that we would include under any lease agreement, especially when there's contamination on the site.
Okay, so you're confident that the statutory protections there are sufficient for these kinds of risks?
Yes, there's probably going to be, if I would guess, activity and use limitations, and those would be binding upon the property owner.
Right. So, and again, I'm assuming EPA Superfund has been around a long time now, so I'm guessing there is case law that supports that position.
Yes.
Right, okay. Okay, again, I think that's an important one to make sure we close off there. And so Westboro leases the building for $1 or whatever. Is there other discussion around some other quid pro that Westboro is looking for here? I mean, it seems to be Westboro gets some benefit from having it in Westboro and finding a use for a site that they've apparently been struggling to find a use for here. So there's some quid pro there. Have there been discussions around any other compensation that Westboro would be looking for from the district?
No, we haven't gotten to the lease discussion yet, other than there will be a lease.
Okay, and lease again is interesting in terms of what kind of lease it is. Are they responsible for maintenance of the building and so forth, or is that the district's responsibility? My guess is they'll try to push that onto the district, which is not unreasonable, I guess.
It's not unreasonable at all.
So anyway, yep. Talked about the cost allocation. There's some inconsistency in defined terms. Participating communities is not used consistently.
Yep, that was one of the things that was fixed.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's one of the whereas or the beginning clauses said that the district is responsible for items including computers, radios, and other equipment for use in the field. And I read that to mean in the vehicles in the various towns. There was later language that said the towns are responsible for things like communications and police cars and fire engines and so on and so forth. So I think we need to clarify that initial statement.
Which whereas are you on?
I didn't actually note which one it was. One of the original clauses there.
And it's the latter statement that's true, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the latter statement is true, but not the
And
beginning
it says
statement.
in the field
It
somewhere?
said including computers, radios, and other equipment for use in the field. I can't do a word search right now, but
Right, hold on.
That's
in the
version,
in the field, you could find it there.
Oh, it's under purpose.
Purpose, yeah. Okay.
I had crossed that out in my version.
Okay, good.
Oh, no, I moved, okay, wait, I moved it. That was in the existing agreement before I changed it.
So it's in number one, Liz, under
Yeah,
purpose.
under the purpose.
Yeah,
It was already in there. I just moved it up. So that wasn't something that I added, and I thought, that's a policy issue.
there are a couple ways to fix that. It needs to be consistent and, district does the central stuff and the towns do the distributed stuff. So.
Yeah, okay.
I would vote for including the language about no compensation for board members. It raised a question about that one.
What section are you in?
There's board of directors.
Okay, 7A.
I actually didn't note the section numbers, sorry. But look.
You just expect me to have the document memorized by now,
Oh,
right?
Sorry, I was in a hurry.
That's okay.
Search on.
Oh, section C, the board of directors. So,
Compensation. Liz had flagged that.
It's
as a
under
comment.
section 7.
She'd asked about a question on that, so.
but each member shall be entitled to reimbursement for their actual and necessary
Yep.
expenses incurred for their official duties.
Yep, I'd include that language. Liz had asked the question, should we include this?
No, she said, do we want to explicitly include the provisions here, which she was referencing to 18R, which is
Oh.
state statute. So she's saying, do you want to include all of the
Powers and
18R lists or statute in there? Sorry, Liz. I don't-
What is 18R
What is 18R?
say about?
18R is the
Compensation.
powers and duties of the
Oh,
board
so
of
that
directors.
wasn't aimed at the compensation thing. Oh,
No, the
oh,
arrow was, so you see the green is highlighted on 18R.
Okay, sorry, I missed.
Nope.
that then.
So sorry, what's your question then?
My question, I would include the compensation, no compensation statement. I thought Liz was removing, was question.
Well, yeah, but you got to remember the other towns, it could be the town manager. So they would be, they're still going to work under the town of Grafton.
No comfort, maybe
There's
no
no compensation
compensation
as
for
a
board
board
members
Right,
for their role as a board member or something like
yeah.
that.
Okay,
Not a huge deal, but I was confused about why there are 2 votes each town for operations committee and finance subcommittees. There are 2 members, but does that mean if we really mean one vote for each member, I think we ought to say that versus 2 votes for each town and let us fight it out to who gets the 2 votes on there. It seemed to me to be unclear. In other words, if one member doesn't show up, does the member who does show up for a meeting get 2 votes?
right. That's not the intent.
That's the silly kind of thing that you might get into if somebody's really disagreeing with something.
Okay.
Spoken as one who's lived through some of those kind of silly,
One vote per member.
one vote for each.
Okay.
member
Members
for
can
each-
vote against each other?
Yep,
they-
that's why we gave them 2 votes. Yeah.
So that was something that had said one, or maybe we changed it to one. but there
No,
was a
you're
lot
right.
of
It did
versions
say
of
one
this.
originally.
Yeah, okay.
And the purpose of adding the second vote was not to have them have 2 votes, even if somebody's absent. It was because, for example, if the fire chief and the police chief are sitting on the board, on the committee, you don't want one of them to have more say than the other.
I like the 2, I like the 1 vote for each representative, so I think that works fine then. I would vote for rotating the chair and vice chair for all the committees. Looked like it was just for the board of directors by my read there. I think it's useful to have rotating responsibilities for all those committees, actually. And it was not totally, the language didn't seem totally consistent to me about all committees posting meeting notices and
Yeah,
open meeting law compliance. So I think that ought to apply to
that got
everybody.
cleaned up.
Okay,
and
good,
yeah,
good. I think the district should be its own procurement agent. There was
it is.
conflicting language.
And we did talk about this at length with Liz. I think it was originally intended to be before the district is created,
Okay,
so that you have some mechanism. But yes, the district, it will be its own procurement.
good, okay.
Yeah.
Good. And then section 8D talks about other activities for the district being approved by the director. I think that ought to be approved by the director and the board of directors. I don't think the director ought to be able to go out and take on additional responsibilities without the board of directors signing off on it. I think that should certainly be a possibility, but I think that ought to be a little more review and
Where
approval.
is this?
8D, other activities.
I feel like my numbers are off.
Need a pen?
Okay,
And then section 28, I think the forum ought to be Worcester County. It's 3 of the communities of Worcester County. Instead of Middlesex County, at least in the version I had. here.
was this done because
talked
West,
about that.
yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah,
Was this because Westboro was in Middlesex?
Westboro is,
No.
No,
Hopkinton's in Middlesex.
Hopkinton is.
The other 3 are Worcester.
all right,
And
okay,
Andrew seemed to be.
Okay.
Okay. Neither one are good, so.
all right.
Okay, and then finally, my big one was my original concern about any town, particularly Southborough, being hammered by assessments in ways that we viewed as unreasonable.
Yeah.
And I understand the state statute doesn't allow us to circumvent the automatic assessment directly to the Board of Assessors. But I think that I'm at least most of the way there with the termination change.
Okay.
And to me, I was thinking more like 6-month termination versus the 9 months here. I'm
So
sure
we can
that's-
talk about that. So the 9 month came from budget.
Budget cycle.
Yeah.
And I,
And so we have one of the earlier town meetings.
yeah,
So Westboro and us have the same day. Hopkinton is May, and I don't know when Grafton's is.
mhm,
But we were trying to back into so that you had time to react.
yep,
for budget season.
Yep. And I thought about that. I didn't know the details for others, but I mean, anything, less than 9. I mean, I guess the goal ought to be to find a number that works, that can work for everybody.
Yeah.
And I would like to add a little bit of a cushion on there too, potentially. So I went to
You would have gone more than 9,
I got 6 to give us more rope there. But
6
I'm
months?
laughing because that's
does-
something that we talked about at length, and I actually threw out 6 months and was vetoed because it
Okay.
actually,
Wait,
it
why do
makes
you want to do
sense.
6? Why do you want to do 6 months?
That gives us a faster fuse on it.
Meaning I was looking at it as if
Understand.
one of the other towns leaves,
Yeah.
we got to figure out
Yeah.
what we're gonna do. I guess I wasn't thinking we're gonna leave.
Yeah.
Right, it works both ways here.
Yeah, so-
It's not just us leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm on the fence on that one. I mean, again,
I think that's a pretty big change. Remember, they may think they're done, and so we're making more changes tonight.
yep.
So I would propose leaving the 9, the reason that it is 9,
Yep.
and I hear what
Yep.
it lists, but yeah, so there's two sides to that one.
and
Yeah.
the other one for me too is that that's half of the problem. The other half of the problem is the early termination damages language in here. And it seems to me that that is very open-ended and it's
Yeah.
driven by the communities who aren't leaving.
Yeah.
I would push hard for a cap on those damages at something like no more than 50% of the most recent annual assessment. So in other words, I think it's reasonable to pay a penalty for somebody who bails out.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think that can't be, crazy, like arbitrary and capricious and so forth, but have some reasonable limit on that for exposure for any town. And that for me is an important, that deals with my concern about arbitrary assessments. If you, again, give the ability to leave and then you limit your financial exposure if you do leave.
Yeah.
Now, from a practical standpoint, it's my understanding, others know better than I, but I've heard several people observe, we actually do, if anybody leaves, they can't actually get back as an independent operator. They
Correct.
got to join another rec.
Correct.
Well,
somewhere.
it's very difficult.
So you
Yeah.
need to understand that
Yeah.
going through,
Yeah.
but I don't think and so it's a really big deal if you leave. On the other hand, that's your route for departure.
So once you give
Decide
up your
to leave.
PSAP, you can't
Yeah.
go
Go
back.
back and
And so
restart.
your only choice, if you choose to
Yep.
leave one of the recs,
Yep.
is to go to another rec.
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, that's not a great option, but it's better than,
Right.
having no option.
So I agree with Sam on this one, and I would think the other 3 towns would also want the same thing, to have a cap. And
Yep.
know that it's not open-ended.
Yeah,
So I would think they would be okay with that one, Chelsea.
hope so.
So I think the way the language reads is that the damages are tied to their withdrawal. I don't think that they're unlimited. I think the purpose and the intent is to compensate the district for the damages that the district incurs as a result of the withdrawal.
Right.
But Liz, that's quite subjective, I
Very-
think.
very broad, yeah. And
So I would
I've-
still, if you did, I think Sam's got a good suggestion, because that way you can compute it, it's a question.
I've lived through some of those things where you don't have them defined and it gets ugly. And so, I'm happy to consider, reasonable costs and that kind of stuff
Mhm.
and some sort of a limit. And somebody ought to pay something if they're disrupting the economic balance of the other participants here. So anyway, so that is my list. And-
Okay.
And again, with that kind of structure, I'm in favor.
Great.
All the items or a majority or a super majority?
Super.
So I mean, so obviously some of the things that you mentioned, I mean, we have to
Sure.
go
underst-
back
I
now,
understand.
like,
I Understand.
and the group has been great to work with and very collaborative. We've had great discussion.
Yeah.
And so I guess we'll see what happens when we reconvene
Yeah,
with.
And I think most participants ought to be sympathetic to
Yeah.
most of these points.
I think
actually.
so too. Don't change the 9 months, keep that there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't change the way you do the assessment as far as the 50/50,
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah,
But the other ones make sense and they protect them too.
right.
So I would think they, like Sam said, and just parroted him would be.
Yeah.
Hopefully would be.
Do you have those in a typed up document that you can just send me to make sure I didn't miss anything?
Most of them, I'll do one and send it to you later.
Do you mind? Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
And I did it, I actually only had a PDF version of the thing, so I translated it to Word and there
Oh.
are typos that are stuck in there, but
Okay,
my changes again are pretty visible.
okay.
Lisa, Andrew?
I just want to clarify where we stood on the vote necessary at the board of directors level to approve, because that's a pretty significant item. I mean, Chelsea, your question was making me think a little bit more, you know, requiring 3 votes, it's not so much, you're right, like, benefits a small town versus a bigger town, but I think it's more of a check against a bigger spending item. You need to get more buy-in from, you need to get 75%. So I think if we wanted to have that structure, then you would take out the provision in 7H about having the executive director be the tiebreaker.
I thought that's what you wanted me to go back to the group with.
Yes, I just wanted to
He does.
clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, no,
He
I
has to
got
change
that.
His mind.
He has,
He has not.
no,
changed his
right.
mind.
I understand that. I don't know what, so I didn't
Sorry,
add that
that's such a
language.
long List, I forgot where, and I just had one thing that.
I did
it's
not
so
like,
long.
so that language ad did not come from Southborough. I don't
Oh.
recall who that came from. So we'll have to go back and revisit that.
Okay,
It is your concern that it would, if it's related to a financial matter or any matter?
you know, it's probably really more a financial matter.
Yeah, but any is not bad.
What'd you say?
Sam said any.
Any is
Any
not
issue?
bad. Any is not bad as a starting point.
See what they say.
Okay.
So what happens if there is no tiebreaker vote and there's a stalemate and it's something that has to be done for the district to function?
Well,
They got to work it out.
yep, we gotta work it out, you know.
And it,
Well, if,
The,
under this one too, the executive could say no and still not get done.
Yeah.
So I don't see much difference.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen these where, you know, people just have to work it out.
Mm.
And, you know, you could get a terrible
Saw
case.
one in
that-
Washington DC. recently.
That's right.
I mean, we
Several.
could, so, and this is really just, we could have a 5th community join us,
Yeah. and that would
right?
change.
And
Yep.
so
Yep.
this may be a shorter term thing.
Understood.
So we'll work through that. So we'll get you the latest draft, which will include all the changes that I reviewed tonight verbally. And then I'll take the list back to the group and see where we end up.
So, right now we've got a meeting tentatively scheduled for next Wednesday, a Zoom meeting at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
With this being the primary topic. To hopefully, vote on, right?
Yep.
But I don't know if we're gonna get there. I don't know if you're gonna have time to do this. We're gonna have other things in that meeting. There's only 5 or 6 I've already come up with, but it's not gonna be a crazy meeting. And this
Okay.
is still gonna be the focus. So that's at least our plan for the moment, and it may have to change depending on what you come back with, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the group has been very willing to listen to changes, and I think they've all been pretty reasonable. So I'm hopeful that, you know, if the group does agree, then they can go back to their boards and advocate for those items.
Okay,
So,
so we'll leave it to you two.
yeah,
Continue doing what you're doing.
I'll continue.
Can I offer just one comment?
Absolutely.
Just as a proactive point as we move forward, one of the things that jumped out at me was, and I hadn't even really thought about, was the non-emergency or business calls that currently come in through the building now, that as well as the dark, I don't want to say dark station because it won't be dark, but I think we need to be proactive sooner rather than later in coming up with a plan
For those two issues.
for those two
Yeah.
issues. Yeah. So that's really my only comment. Chelsea, thank you for all your work on this.
So I think we gotta keep going, even when when they've got if this gets approved and the grant goes in, we need to then keep going as far as making sure we really have this all the way through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
I
and-
want to echo thank you to you and also to Liz for coordinating all this, but
Yes,
Yeah.
kudos to.
3 other municipalities and everything. I know it's a lot of work.
Yeah. And Mark was very helpful as well.
Yes,
So thank
kudos,
you, Mark.
kudos.
And thank you, Liz, for joining.
All right, we're okay
Welcome.
with this one?
We have public comment.
All right.
Uh,
Oh, we got 2.
Blair Sutherland, 139 Parkerville Road. So I just want to take a moment and congratulate the work that's been done by everybody so far in really taking this matter seriously. In my experience, I've seen a lot of regional PSAPs and work get to a certain point, and then without the real minutia, devil in the details, things can fall apart. So governance and fiscal responsibility is really where it starts here. I also appreciate the level of detail that Chelsea, you've gone into with the rest of the towns to ensure that there are operational considerations that are included in this document. And I know this is a boilerplate from State 911. Clearly, you know, you and Mark and Liz have gone through a lot of detail to try to flesh some of that out. I did have an opportunity to give it a look. I think there may be some other things that, you know, still need some fine detail. That said, when the operations committee starts to really get their teeth into what this thing is going to look like, I think that will really solidify this district's ability to do the job that I think everyone expects it to do. Policy, procedure is everything when it comes to bringing towns together for this collaborative kind of effort. And I applaud the effort that you've done so far. And clearly the other towns seem to be also operating in the same kind of good faith. So thank you all.
Thank you.
That's great to hear from you. Bonnie?
Thank you.
Have to grow. Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. Chelsea, thank you for all of the work you've done. However, in saying that, I do have two questions. I think one of you have already answered about having a meeting with the EPA on this site. It has been identified. We all know it as a Superfund site. I have the report 4 of the 5. The next one that's completed is in 24. What is the start time if you get the grant? You feel that this will be progressing forward?
I think that's premature for me to say right now.
Okay, that's fine. And Sam had asked a question that I had done some research on as far as the ownership of the property and the disturbance of the property. And there is a document that's at the Registry of Deeds. I don't know if you're aware of it, that has to be provided to anyone that has a lease on this property. I have it. I'll give it to you before I leave. It's recorded notice of activity and use limitations on this property. It's at the Registry of Deeds in Worcester. It was provided on 11/30/2017. So in saying that and reviewing this, which I'm not a legal counsel, I would like a disclosure or a disclaimer that the parties involved in this, if the property is owned by the town of Westboro, other communities have no legal responsibility to any disturbance on that property where it has been deemed a Superfund. It's not fair to the taxpayers. Secondly, as far as a budget question, after a budget is approved, do they have an E&D account? Excess and deficiency? Or do they have to report to the communities?
So I think they wouldn't I don't know about the E&D question, but
To the high school.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's a good question. Can we find that out as far as what they do with excess funds?
Right.
So
And how
good
would they
question.
be spent and who decides if there is
So I think the intent, at least what other recs have done, is so for the first 3 years, you don't pay an assessment. At least if you get the grant, you don't pay that. And then the 4th year, you get 75% covered in the grant, so you pay 25. And then the 5th year, 50%. So during that time, though, at least it wouldn't be my intent that we would not pay anything into dispatch. So there would be a stabilization fund that you could pay into or would pay into if that's what the rec decides to do, so that you build up stabilization for the district. I don't know if that helps to answer your question.
It does, but I think there needs to be some monitoring by the communities. as
I
far as
agree.
How large that can become.
I agree.
And that no debt is occurred without the funding being there. Without an appropriation.
Yeah.
I mean, because they could get ahead of themselves, not intentionally. But if there's funds sitting in an account as being excess and unexpended, that should be returned to the community.
Agree.
And I don't think there's language in that agreement as far as the
Okay.
financial aspects. So the super fund, as far as the property, I think the town it has to be in there that the property is owned by the town of Westboro. The other community, well, this community has no obligation or liability if it's disturbed and creates another issue that we're not prepared for.
So to accomplish what she's suggesting, you'd have, I mean, there's no lease at this point, and there's not going to be a lease for a while, I wouldn't think, right?
Right.
So you'd have to put what she's suggesting in here that everybody agrees, especially Westboro, that in the lease, this is going to be in the lease. I don't know how else you get that done,
Or even
upfront.
at the time of signing, it's understood that this.
Yeah, but
We're not-
the understanding's got to come in this, you can't just hope when the lease comes that they're going to agree to this. So,
Okay.
so you don't talk to Liz about that one.
But that, I appreciate the time. Thank you for taking the questions, but I think there's still some unknowns that town of Southborough should be aware of. If situations happen financially and that site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Okay, all right, we're done with that one, I think, for the night.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you, Liz. See you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Okay, so the next one is we're going to actually go through, go ahead. Sure, 5-minute recess. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
So.
Especially fascinated by the audit process. I remember
When I first heard about the yellow book, I was researching statewide on the case last year. I mean, I was fascinated because the government's accountability office, but they publish like 5 months book every year. I think I looked at it, it looked like it's less on the. I'm very impressed by this new setup on site. These microphones here, all those you hear are all meetings. Getting my
All right, so we are back in session at 10:12. All right, let's keep going here. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Now, okay, we're back in session at 10:12. All right, next item is we're going to review the warrant, and we need to do, I think, 3 things. You guys can let me know if you think there's other things. So we need to start looking at the ordering of the warrant, which is why we've got the table of contents. We need to decide if there's things on here that should be out, if they shouldn't be on this warrant, and then we should start to decide who we want to hear from before the end of the meeting on March 7th, which is basically 2 meetings. So we should go through and pick who we want to hear from and when we want to hear from them, the 28th or the 7th. We may even have to have another meeting besides those 2, but that's our 2 choices to hear from people who are the proponents of articles that we are interested in hearing from. Okay, anything else anybody want to accomplish tonight? Okay. All right, so Mark has very nicely put together the table of contents at this point, so let's start with that. And let's,
I don't know if it's easier. Just a suggestion, start at the end and work your way back. I think the articles that have been listed at the end were our placeholders that really nothing has happened with, or,
okay, we'll
you
do.
know, and the only one I will point out is the final item on there, the amending of the zoning code for the downtown district. Planning board has decided to put that off until the fall meeting. And so I just received that notification just this afternoon.
Okay, strike it out, right? The next one above it, I don't know what this one is, adjustments to fiscal year 23 budget.
Don't you always have that on there if you have a problem?
So we normally have it on there and we normally take it off every year.
That's right.
And so in talking with the finance team, there is nothing that we would not foresee that we'd address through the normal interdepartmental transfer in June.
Okay, so probably going to go. All right, so the ADA compliance fund.
Need that one, I think.
So you-
I think we need some money in there. Yeah, we talked about 50 grand, I thought there. Yeah.
I think we're missing.
Okay, we've got a budget problem. So this is not in anything we have talked about as far as money goes, so I'm not sure this is the year to do it. We've already,
maybe ARPA money did we use for this?
Yeah.
It's not listed in the table of contents, but there's amendment to demolition delay bylaw was. If you're going backward.
Yep.
It was before ADA compliant fund.
Not on my list.
So
It's not on my list.
table contents.
Okay, so it's just not in the table content. So where is it, Lisa, between what and what?
It's between the
ADA?
adjustments to fiscal year 23 and the ADA.
Oh,
Oh, in the
In the
document.
back of the document.
Yeah, in the back. It's listed as an article with no number, but it's
Yeah,
not.
one there, right in there somewhere,
okay.
further down. yeah.
Sorry. No, that's,
Okay, so as far as we know, that one's, we think is still in.
Which one?
Demolition delay bylaw changes,
They've been talking about it. I don't.
and
know.
they is,
Historical. Commission.
Historical
Historic?
Commission, yeah.
okay. And he's gone. Okay, so we don't know where that stands, correct? Okay, so what we do, leave it in for the moment, right? And I assume that we want to hear from them if it stays in.
Yeah, I know they've been working with Jay Talon
All right.
and.
So Historic's coming on the 28th anyway to meet with something else, so we could ask them to do that on the 28th. Okay, so I'm gonna put the dates next to it. They're tentative as far as seeing them. Everybody agree?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Right now, going back to the ADA compliance fund.
Did we talk about ARPA for that? I can't remember.
There is 50K, we already set aside for ADA stuff that John Parent was controlling.
Right.
Our stuff goes, so that's already done. They wanted more money last year and they agreed at the end to reduce it, so, but
I thought we talked about additional 50K to attack some other things.
where are you gonna get it? National Grid?
National Grid continues.
Okay, you want the national,
Road to-
I mean, all that's left now as far as ARPA goes,
Yeah.
we really used up pretty much the tax relief bucket, right? There's 50 left in, it, but I don't think we want to use every penny of it. We've got sidewalk 704, we've got, the
I
Wi-Fi.
I'd
that
do
we
another
think-
50 out of National Grid for the ADA thing. I think we need to do it.
So that's what
So
you're
that's not,
proposing?
this is not really a warrant.
Wouldn't be a warrant article if we did it that way.
No,
Correct.
all right, so we'll put, if everybody wants to, we'll talk about it at
Okay.
the 20. Well, we could do it on the 15th, maybe real quick. But I don't want to add $50,000 to the budget. So I'm sorry.
But Sam, is there a plan to spend 50,000? Because you don't want to
Yeah, we
put
got,
it in there and then have it sit,
yeah,
you
we
know?
got $1 million worth of backlog there, so.
Yeah, I know.
The access committee, public access committee had a lot of ideas for things that need to be done, so.
so I think that we cannot, one of the things you can't do with the ARPA money is to take it and put it away and.
That's right, it's getting
fund.
spent.
So you can, if you want to take that 50
For
and
projects.
break it out into the spreadsheet that we're maintaining, that it's reserved for this piece. And now people need to say, okay, here's what we want to spend it on, here's.
Yeah, we need
and
projects.
Come back and it's similar to you've done with others, come back
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
proposals. Yep.
That'll
So
work.
we'll get this on one of the next 2 meetings as far as really talking about it, but let's take off the article, right?
Okay.
Everybody agree?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, the next two, MBTA district. I mean, they're not ready for that,
No,
right?
no.
Okay, this is not coming. This is,
No.
all right, so it's going.
The MBTA's Community Act Action Plan has this scheduled targeted for the annual town meeting 2024.
Yeah,
24.
so we remember we talked about that as far as they've got
Okay.
them, we've given them money, we've given them ARPA money to go ahead and get started on what they need to right there, because we do think they've got to bring it forth next town meeting to meet the timing. Okay, same thing.
Do we even know what is,
I don't know what it
Sam or
is
Andrew,
either.
what is a rail district department? Is that part of the MBTA discussion potentially?
Yeah, yeah. I think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
All right, so that one's going. Everybody agrees? Okay, I really think we've got to decide on this next one tonight, because there's a lot of work to be done if we want this to go forward. So, I told you what, CPC thinks, which is they are, cautiously wanting to continue discussing this. They think this town meeting is too early. There's not enough time to get it ready and basically, explain it to the town. We've got a bad budget year, so then to go to town meeting with this on top of it may not be politically savvy. Andrew Pfaff would like to see it go through. He would prefer it to not go through town meeting, get the signatures, get the petition done. Andrew Mills would like it to go through town meeting, so I don't see how we get this done as far as going through town meeting to get this at this late stage. I'm all for this, so you know, I'm all for, I just think this is not the right time.
Well,
But I'm listening, Sam.
Except, I think one of the big conversations at this town meeting is going to be the Algonquin
Yes.
project.
And there's still a way,
And
it's
that's-
complicated. If we were to do the surtax in the fall, if we
Yep.
were to let that be part of
Yep.
the special town
Yep.
meeting where we've got limited agenda, right? And you got time to really tee it up. There's still a way to use that surtax revenue for Algonquin. I don't want to get into it tonight.
Yep,
It's not on here, but
understand.
there is. So we're not completely closing the door on using it
But
for.
there are going to be a lot of people at that meeting who are going to be supportive of the Algonquin project. I think that.
This is
would be
way down though.
something to bundle it and say, here's the project and here's a way that could be helpful to pay for it.
Well, they won't stay for this. They'll be gone.
We can order it.
Yeah, oh, I know, that's what part of this ordinance is
Yep,
about, is to make
Yep.
sure.
So anyway,
So, I think the majority view is to not do it at this town meeting, if I'm listening correctly. Everybody agree?
That
Okay,
makes sense, yes, but
yeah, all right.
you don't shoot, you don't score.
Of course not. I agree. I mean, as I said, I hope we get this passed. I just don't think the time's right for this town meeting. Okay, that was coming off. I think your suggestion was good, Mark. I'll get rid of them. Okay, next one. I don't know where this one is. Opioid
Yeah.
settlement.
Board of Health.
So
Fund, isn't
it, well, it's more than Board of Health, but I talked to Carla extensively about this, and the way the money is right now, it would have to go to free cash in order to be able to be used. So I don't think I think it's best to do this at fall town meeting and do it so that we can actually track it. You could add it to a budget, but then at the end of the year, it should roll over. So it has to go to free cash and be put back in. I just think it's messy. And we don't have any, I talked to Youth and Family and the Health Department, and they're both totally fine with us doing this in the fall.
So don't you agree that if we do nothing now, right,
Mhm.
that it's part of revenue, it's part of local
Yeah,
revenue.
it
for
is.
fiscal 23. So it's gonna end up being part of free cash.
Yeah.
And then at the fall time meeting, we can designate it for whatever we think's the right purpose. That's the plan.
Yeah, I would actually probably put it in like a maintenance account that would roll over year to year so that you only have to do that years once.
All right, that's the plan. Everybody
Yeah.
got that? So this is coming off?
Yep.
I
Okay.
understand it's coming up, but just, is this like a revolving fund?
No, it's literally
No.
gone into this bucket that we spend a lot of time talking about, that called local revenue, where your excise
Yep.
taxes going, your transfer stations.
Okay.
So it's just sitting in revenue.
No.
And then
Fair enough.
because of the way accounting works and municipal accounting works, and at the end of the year, we basically add up all of our income and all of our expenses, and whatever is left over, we call free cash, our excess. And it gets rolled over, so that we can then use it for the next fiscal year, but we can then decide to actually appropriate it early, which is what we did on November 1st of 2021. We designated free cash for certain purposes. So this seems to me to be best way to end up with what we want.
Yeah.
So basically, the state focused on getting the money to the communities, but not so much on the vehicle.
Right.
For us to expend them easily.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
We just have to let it, all the money came in this fiscal year. We've got to let it close out to free cash on June 30. Once it's certified, it's then available for us to use and appropriate. So.
Flexibly.
All right, Breakneck Hill dump remediation.
Oh, I don't know why that's down there.
There's.
Oh, I'm
seemed to be
sorry.
two that-
This was an individual placeholder. So we separate out our capital from non-borrowing, those that we're just going to appropriate the funds for,
Mhm,
and borrowing articles.
mhm.
There is this article and the radios for public safety are the only two on the borrowing side. So doing it inside that article would seem better than breaking it out into its separate one.
Yep.
So this was an additional placeholder, that's all.
But are we expected to have
Yes,
the cost?
yes,
Yeah.
Okay,
yes. That is in process as we speak.
all right, so do we agree we need to move it up with the other?
It is, it's
It's
under,
already.
It's under,
Eight.
yeah.
Okay, so
it's
this
under-
is not, this shouldn't even be
yeah,
here.
see,
Okay.
right, it's under 8
Okay, sorry.
now,
So,
yep.
bye-bye. Okay, Trotter HVAC replacement.
We're recommending that this be done out of ARPA. And so therefore you wouldn't need an article.
Right.
Oh, it's already it's in the ARPA.
Correct.
Okay.
500,000.
State
So
ARPA budget.
can we put on the agenda for next week that we vote all of the items that we want to take off here? And I know this is its own article, but there's other things baked into the capital and whatever operational budgets. Can we vote next week that we're actually going to use ARPA and take them out of everything related to here?
Yeah, and the only reason I hesitate is because I want to make sure we really hit that list finalized. And a
I
particular
agree.
Number, because, we're pushing the ARPA money.
Right.
Okay, so yes, we can do the ARPA
Oh.
vote to now solidify what we have basically agreed is going to be ARPA funded instead
Yeah.
of general fund funded, right? Okay, all right. Okay, the SAP pay grid is,
So we had a separate article for the funding of the,
the two last things on.
the
there.
wording is poor.
Okay.
But basically, yes, the two funding items that we agreed to put in the operating budget rather than a separate budget.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
Okay, so that one's gone.
What about the transfer of free cash? Transfer from free cash to
Oh, did I
stabilization.
forget one? Sorry.
The 350.
Appropriation of free cash. We're not doing that anymore. So that one's gone. So there's no free cash to appropriate. We used it all.
Okay.
So sorry, that one's gone. I already marked out that one. Okay, so that one's gone too. So good point. Okay, now we are on the
I-
to hear reports.
Yeah, I had to hear reports. This has been a traditional Article 1 for a very long time. The moderator at the last meeting had questioned why we even have this. And, and that if there's anybody who, wants to speak, he can allow that. It just,
So he's got to weigh in here. He's got to tell.
well,
us.
he had waited and he didn't want it. That's why I put it on the list, but I can verify with him again that that is still his intention, that this no longer be a traditional article. on the
Is
warrant.
anybody who can complain, you think?
Advisory has to do their report. They talk to town meeting,
Correct.
so they've got to still have a
But
report.
their,
It doesn't have
yeah,
to
but
be-
their report is usually, it's a financial report and the financial report is usually given under the operating budget.
Okay, so as long as there's room for advisory.
So let me just belt and suspenders check with Mr. Semino.
All right, citizen petition is citizen petition, so we've got to decide where to put it, but we know that one's going to go forward. Right, Mr. Worley?
Citizen petition. Can you go to the podium, David? Can you go to the podium so people can hear you?
So hold on. So you're still going forward through citizen petition, change the voting age. Okay, so we're going to talk about maybe putting it up in a minute with the crowd that's going to be there for Algonquin. So you got a younger crowd there. Okay,
No,
go
I just
ahead.
wanted to say, I thoroughly agree with getting rid of these sort of reports. The town meetings are so irritating. People show up, give up their afternoon or evening, and they listen to these dreary sort of monotone things, which could just be printed in a piece of paper and handed out. I just think it's absurd to use town meeting for, it's time when people should be voting on stuff. Anyway, so I support.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, okay, so this petition, so we will want to hear from you. Everybody want to hear Mr. Woolley's argument for 17? So we're either going to put you on the 28th or the 7th. Do they both work for you? February 28th and March 7th? Okay, both. Do you have a preference? Okay. Oh, we're looking forward to it. Okay, the next three, I assume, are Mr. Haggerty's.
Yes.
Okay, so we will hear from him about those three.
I think those three articles may be good eligible ones for consent list.
Consent. All right. The next one above that is the transfer of the affordable housing funds from CPC to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So that's, who's actually sponsoring that one?
It would have to be
Okay, so
select.
that's ours, right?
Yep.
We're going to be meeting with, the Affordable House Trust Fund is us,
Us.
Bill Boland, Dorian, and I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, so we could talk about that on the 28th too, when we have Dorian here.
So I will post a trust meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will post, sorry, Andrew, I will post a trust meeting within the select board meeting.
Okay, and we've agreed that this is something that's got to be done every year from this point on,
Right.
Correct.
right? So it's gonna be an article every.
It's something
year to do
according
this?
to, according to council, it can only be, it's limited to the amount of money that will be in that bucket for affordable housing.
So we may want to move it up after the CPA, so it kind of.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Yep.
So we're gonna move in a second. Let's just keep going and then we'll figure out how to arrange these. Okay. Next one is the,
Concom stuff. Right.
no, planning board stuff.
No,
Kind of.
Oh,
Concom.
sorry, it is Concom, sorry. Okay, so, we want Melissa to come in. We've got a very nice memo from Melissa that explains all that. You're good?
Yep.
So we're good with this? This good?
Yeah.
I'm good with these.
Good thing to do. Yep.
Okay, so they're on Concom sponsoring these two, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay, so
And we sent these to planning for review, right?
we did.
We did.
In parallel.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're done with those two.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see. So now we got the three planning board articles. So the tree article, the maintenance fund, the new fund for tree maintenance and scenic roads. So I don't know where they stand. Does anybody know where they stand with truly finalizing the language they want to see in the three?
They seemed to be pretty close the other night when they talked about it.
Right, we're doing the hearings. The whole hearing's open up until what, town meeting?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So they, Mimi requested on behalf of the board that we meet with him with enough time left so that if there's any changes that we would like that they agree to, that they've got a chance to change it before the article or the warrant goes to print. So that means the 28th.
We've seen these articles with no real substantial changes. I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks. I don't know that I need to sit down and.
Well, okay,
go
that's
through
the
them
question.
again.
Do we need to meet on, let's do it one time, meet on trees? I mean,
Uh,
scenic roads hasn't changed, right?
Yeah, I'd like to take another look at this. I haven't looked at it in a while, I guess.
Okay,
So They've
enough.
changed trees. They,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the drip lines, so they've actually changed trees. So just to make sure we've got it, I mean, the tree fund's new.
yes.
Okay,
So
they'll be-
last time we talked about with the tree fund.
ARPA.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think what we do next week, when we do the ARPA stuff, we also decide whether we want to use that extra money.
No more.
No, I'm not doing
national
National Grid on this.
No.
Use the extra money that's in the tree removal piece for this. And this will be the initial funding, so it won't hit
Okay,
the taxes. What's funny?
$10 out of the ARPA,
No, it's
National Grid.
it's 42,000 bucks. I don't plan
No, I
for
know.
trees. Now, what we gotta do is get the number straight though, because one of the things that someone asked, who asked about whether the cost of who was it?
Chris
Carl
Leroy.
agreed. Okay, Chris did.
remove.
So, yeah. So there may be a little bit more cost in this than what we thought. So we got to get the cost together, make sure we've got that solidified, and then we'll know what's left. So we'll put that on the ARPA vote for next week. Okay, so we're gonna say 228 for those three.
And then Hopkinton
Hopkins
funding.
IMA. Well, I don't think we have to, well, we need to talk amongst us, but we don't have to have anybody in for this.
I thought what we would had discussed is that the select board has the authority to enter into.
Yeah, so that's actually worded very.
Yeah.
The wording,
It's
yeah.
It's
the
basically to approve
appropriation.
the audit, the
Okay.
engineering audit,
Yeah.
appropriation to
Fine.
approve. So we got to get the number set. So we'll know more. I'll do a report on, a quick report next Wednesday as far as where it stands. We have a meeting tomorrow. Okay. So yes, that's not worded correctly. So it's basically to approve the independent engineering audit. Okay. All right, let's see. So now we got all the CPA
CPC.
articles. All right, so I assume, does everybody want to see CPC for the things that are substantive, the things that aren't admin and paying debt service? So we've got what?
Is,
So, it's-
Those are pretty standard, aren't they?
yes,
so just 26, what's 26?
The OSPC.
That was all I was given as a placeholder. I don't know.
So I think that's
OSPC
The
project.
only one we probably don't know.
And we know about Algonquin,
Yeah.
and remember, they're going to do the tennis court.
Yeah.
So we know about Algonquin, we know about the windows here, the townhouse.
We'll know about the bids before we close the warrant before we sign the final warrant. So we may be able to get rid of that article for additional funds for townhouse restoration.
Okay, so let's just kind of TBD as far as whether we need to see CPC. Let's figure out what OSPC is, right? Open space, something, something.
So Mark, I don't think I realized that we thought we needed additional funds for townhouse. Is that what that's for? Is because we were awaiting the bid to come back
Correct.
and we are being conservative here?
Well, John
On it,
Karen thought at
or-
first that we were need more money. Then now lately he thinks that that's not the case. That's what they said. last
Right. The
Wednesday.
OPM is basically thinking that we're probably not going to need additional funds.
Yeah.
But CPC asked for a placeholder for it.
Okay,
So I'm hoping that we can take that off.
okay.
Okay, going to 19, this is a standard one. We don't need to see anybody for this one. This is just, the amounts that, the max that can come out of all the 10 revolving funds. So we're used to that one. Facilities Maintenance Fund, we already know about that one. That's 100K for John Parent. We don't see anybody for that one. And these are definitely gonna be on there. The retiree things, I think it's what, 28K. We've already seen that. Know what that is.
Mhm.
The insurance deductible, what's the number 10 again?
10.
And
10, okay, so we know what that is. We know we're doing 250 for OPEB, right? Parkerville Road paving, that's just accounting, that's in and out, right? So that should be on consent for sure.
Yep.
Let's see, so capital, we don't need to see capital again, right? Okay. Right? We probably should talk about capital once more, but I don't think we need to see capital to talk about it, right? And just make sure we agree whether it's being paid by ARPA or,
exactly. I
you
think,
know,
because I think
yeah.
that capital article is going to look very small.
yeah.
If you do approve to use the capital the way it was recommended by the finance team.
So I do think though that last week when we were talking about sidewalks, there was an option in there based on the movement of two of the ambulance fund items off, that there was more funding available to transfer out of ambulance fund to do the sidewalk original request. So I don't think we flushed that through completely.
I don't remember that last part. We certainly talked about the sidewalk fund. We certainly talked about there's money that's been freed up in the ambulance fund, but I don't remember connecting those two. But maybe we did.
You're talking about
Yeah.
you're talking. about the
We did,
maintenance.
I'm talking about the email we got, not what we discussed in the meeting. I don't think we talked about it in the
Right, so
meeting.
we'll talk about capital one more time, just to make sure we agree on what we want to do as far as the sidewalk fund, right? All right, I don't think anybody has proposed taking any more money out of ambulance fund as far as just the normal amount we take out to fund the budget, so that's still gonna be the 290, right? Right?
Right.
Yeah, I think the point was that there'll be more available if we wanted to move it from ambulance to do the sidewalks.
Okay, so instead of using ARPA or in addition to using ARPA?
So we landed on 100, right? For sidewalks. So this would
With
be,
47 already being, 50
Yep.
new,
97 or
47
something.
being there.
yeah, so
So
this
we've
would
got-
be I think we should talk about it next week because I don't have my,
All right.
it up in front of me.
Okay, so now let's see, we talked about that,
St. Mark's Park.
Okay.
stuff.
Here we go. So the next two are related. This is what we've been talking about. So this is the MOU and then the funding of the park. So we basically put them together, right? We do them one after the other, discuss them at the same time, because they're very related. We're gonna come back and talk about ordering in a second, okay? All right, but they're definitely gonna be on there as far as we know. Okay, we talked about capital, water budget. So now we're into the budgets. We know that's
Kathy,
gonna be
can
there.
I back up a second?
Yep.
What amount are we talking about now for funding for St. Mark's Park?
The only number we've really thrown out here so far is 250.
250.
We got to settle on it. So 250 is what we've thrown out, or I've thrown out.
But that is money that we got from the grant from the state fund. Is that not?
Well, That's why, I mean, that's why it's not an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
It's less than what we got,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Close to it though.
Yep.
And it's about equal to what got taken out of the E.H. Perkins
Right,
contract as far as
right.
the change order.
Yep.
And that's what Brian has assumed that we're using in his use of the free cash. So
Yep,
he's actually
yep,
backed that out of
okay.
free cash. Okay. So 250 is what. That's the offer right now.
Our best number. Okay.
Yep. We are on, David,
12.
the two ones that you were going to support, 11 and 12. Okay. We look at the table contents right now. That's all I'm going through. So I don't know what page the actual article.
11 and 12.
Free cash. Yeah. That pays for the park itself, what the working group is trying to design. The intersection, St. Mark's pays for completely. So they take it, they pay for everything on there. If the MOU is approved, land swap goes through, they pay for everything that is on the land that they receive, which is basically the old road. The new road we pay for. So there's still money in the, so that 250 has nothing to do with that. That piece still comes out of, so we've still got about $1 million in the E.H. Perkins contract that includes work on that land. So that would be paid for out of that contract. No,
Oh, that's already there.
No.
Yeah.
that's in our town road money that's already set aside. Okay, all right. Okay, water budget obviously will be there. So everything else obviously will be there, right? We're not going to talk about that anymore tonight. You brought it up. We hear you. Where is the article where we agree that we can go beyond 3 years for contracts if it is,
Article 3.
3.
there is, okay.
So one of the things, I just want to point this out, because I think it was Mr. Butler. that
It
pointed
was,
this out
that's why I'm bringing it up.
And so the article always has in it it allows the select board as well as the superintendent to exceed 3 years as provided in 30B. And in the summary, it says that the agreement that we've had is that it's not to exceed 7 years. And last year, it was included on consent list. By being included on consent list, that doesn't, basically, it's approving the article as is. It doesn't take into account summary or anything else. So as I think it's properly placed on consent list as an annual article, I'm amended the wording to include exceed 3, but not beyond 7. So in other words, so it will keep the agreed upon, there's really nothing that we would need beyond 7. And so I, put it in the article. So if it's on consent list, it now will be bound by that same restriction.
So the regional dispatch thing originally was longer than that, right? But it's now 5 or something.
That's my next question.
Okay.
We're talking about more than 7-year agreements with Hopkinton, with the regional dispatch. So how do we do that if?
Yeah.
Sounds a
I
little
would-
different, maybe I was
Yeah.
gonna say that maybe the statute that authorizes IMAs.
There are,
needs to be
yeah.
Separately.
And there
find out?
also are exemptions as well too.
Yeah, we might put the
Procurement requirements,
including,
for certain things.
notwithstanding, some have exceptions in the
Sure.
summary here, some language to make sure we're not inconsistent with those.
Yeah, so
Yep.
make sure we're on.
Okay.
good stance, okay. All right, now, so we've gone through them. We know what we think is going to be on here so far. So we did that, right? We talked about who to bring in, which let's just recap that. We're going to bring in Mr. Worley to talk about his lowering the voting age to 17. We're going to bring planning board in for 3 of them. We'll bring historic in for the change it to the demolition delay bylaw if they continue with wanting that to be on there, right? And we might bring CPC in depending on what this OSPC project is.
Kathy, can I just ask, for planning board, we're bringing them back in for scenic roads? I
Oh, we
think
don't have
that's
to.
Changed at
Yeah.
all. I mean,
Okay.
have Marnie sit here and
No.
go through it again.
So we'll just bring them in and they can say no change to that one, right? We don't need to go through it again for sure. Okay. All right, everybody agree as far as who's coming in? Okay, so this is doable, okay? And now let's talk about ordering the articles, okay? All right. Let's keep in mind that the Algonquin article, which is basically approving debt, that's all it's gonna do. So the plan is, does we approve the debt up to for the whole town share of the project, right? So we're not trying to carve out anything for CPC. If we don't have to pay for it because of CPC, we're gonna have to do another IMA after the town meeting, keep that in mind. But that's not, we don't have to do it now, okay? We got time to do it, so we'll have to do another IMA to say that our share of the debt is not gonna be 60-40, it's gonna be something less because we're gonna pay for a piece of ours through CPA funds, okay? Does that make sense to everybody? That's really important. We get that piece of it, okay? So the plan is to just basically have a clean article saying that the town is going to approve issuing debt up to our share of the gross cost of the project. Simple as that, right? They'll do a presentation. They will probably have a pretty big crowd that supports us from Algonquin. So, more of the probably bring down the average age of the attendance, I would think, right? I'm being serious, right? So that crowd's gonna be there, right? I think we should keep that in mind as far as maybe how we order these articles.
Do we torture them by making it last or get
No.
it out of the way?
No, I would
I
not
think
do
the
that.
order that's
What
presented
if
here
it's
sounds
different?
pretty good to me, except I thought that the transfer of affordable housing funds from CPC to affordable housing trust fund should be more grouped with the CPA.
Okay, I agree with that. So let's put that right after.
Other
these.
than that, the way that they seemed ordered to me made sense. I kind of saw some of the logic to it. There's still the trees and the scenic roads articles toward the end. I think, there's some people that are very interested in that who will kind of stay around.
Yep.
So the planning board always feels disenfranchised by being put at the end of the agenda, unfortunately, so.
Well, Sam, if you really look at it, we've
Yeah.
still got the normal stuff
Yeah.
first.
No, I know.
Before, the only thing that you've really gotten to, that's substantive and different is the St. Mark's MOU, that's above it so far. And the Hopkinton IMA. So we do have two things above it.
And there's a lot of things that could be put into a consent article.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
speed this
yeah.
up.
So I don't think they're gonna be that late before we.
And I like
It
having the
depends
St.
on-
Mark stuff before the Algonquin.
So that's your recommendation?
That would be my vote.
That's mine too. Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna have a disagreement down here. Okay, so there's 3 votes for this. Lisa? So the question is where to put St. Mark's, before or after Algonquin?
I think before, I mean, it's been in that spot on the warrant all along. I think we've been consistent where we were placing that. So I think before.
Chelsea?
So I'm gonna disagree, because I think that, well, first of all, I think the CPA Algonquin article, which is 24,
Yeah.
should follow
Yeah.
Algonquin. Because we would have just voted on Algonquin, and then shouldn't we do the CPC portion of that right after?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's the piece that kind of confuses me a little bit. Because when we did the public safety project, there were a number of votes, but there was one vote for the funding piece and it kind of incorporated everything. So I'm kind of wondering whether or not this Algonquin article is going to incorporate whether a separate CPA article is going to be needed. But I was asked for a placeholder, and until that's determined, but I'm really would wait for bond counsel from the school to give us that recommendation.
Yeah, combining. sounds
No,
like-
I think it's pretty well
Yeah.
settled, Mark. CPC talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
So, the plan is, to make sure that there is total Algonquin funding in place. So that is why they want to get the full share of the Southborough debt approved in that article, period.
Mhm.
Then that way, if the Algonquin CPC article were to fail, they're still fine, right? They're still fine. But if the Algonquin article, CPC article gets approved, which it probably will, I don't imagine,
I
it's
would
two hundred
think so,
fifty-five thousand dollars, right? They recommended, those articles usually go flying through, right? Unless there's something really big. So I think it'll get approved. Then what we've got to do is go back and do an IMA with Northborough to basically say, wait a minute, you're not going to assess the debt in the normal ratio. You're going to reduce our share by what got approved here. So that's the plan.
So do you want to move that up under the?
That's what,
So, well, now I'm thinking about this. So you're gonna have a number affiliated with the CPA portion.
Yep.
And then you're gonna have a number.
up to.
So would you do the CPA first, the vote on that first, and then you know what your number is for the remainder of the project?
No, I don't.
I just don't think anybody's going to care whether it's 3 million versus $2,755,000. So I don't think
Yeah.
you need to bother with that. I think you just approve the debt and then approve the CPA article and know that in the end, we still got to do it. No matter what, you still got to do the IMA because we're not
Yeah,
going to
I
pay our
agree.
proportion or share of the debt based on the regional agreement.
Okay, so regardless, I think no matter which comes first, they need to be together.
I
Yeah.
divide
Can
it.
I think so.
Just an observation and a question. Mark, do you know whether, like articles, 20 through 23, this CPA appropriations for just debt payment where, you know, we have to make the debt payments, can those be put on a consent agenda?
So in my, again, the way that something ends up on the consent list is that the sponsor agrees for that to happen. I can't remember last year. The suggestion was the administrative and the debt payments, because really there's no discussion with those items. Those are things that
Yep.
are pretty pro forma and the debt payments are what they are.
So
So
what else?
I would say 20, 21, 22, and 23 as they're here should end up on consent list.
I was gonna suggest that really 14 through 23 are all.
You don't
things-
read my emails, do you? I'd say, so it's not my call. I make the moderator asked my thought, but I think when I sent something to the board, I kind of gave you a sense of, so let me try and do this off the cuff quickly.
I agree.
Sorry.
You're right. You can.
You know,
those
so
debt
you're
payments-
looking, so again, articles 1, 2, and 3. Article 9, 10. I may think 14, but maybe not. 15, 16, 17.
14, definitely.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And as I've noted earlier, I think that the 3 articles the town clerk is bringing forward could be considered, you know, for that as well. So I think if you've got 40 to 45 articles by the time you're done, I think you've got a good 20 or so, at least half that you probably could put on consent list. Now, remember, consent list is a suggestion. I think last year they pulled 2 off.
Mhm.
Okay, but we looked for, I think it was 18 articles last year. So I still think that being able to dispose of 15 or 16 articles in one vote, you know, really is good. So if that were to work out that way, then really you start with the SAP and go right into the budget.
I don't think anything got pulled off last year. There was a year that a couple did. John
Was
Butler
it, was
pulled
the
one
year,
off.
it could have
He
been the
pulled
year
one,
before.
but I tell you what did happen. Jack Barron got up at the end and goes, I missed the vote on so-and-so. And
Yes,
someone said, oh,
yeah.
because it's on consent agenda, Jack. So that did happen. Okay,
So
so
to your point, I
The
think there's
point
a
I
healthy
was-
number that could be considered.
The point I was trying to make was that if a lot of those are on a consent agenda, then there's less of a time.
Yeah.
Between the time of the vote on the Algonquin Sports Complex improvements and the CPA vote for Algonquin Fields. That's.
But why not bundle them anyway?
okay, so does everybody agree? I think Chelsea even agrees that we need to move up the CPA article for Algonquin right after the debt article for Algonquin. Does everybody agree with that?
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I do agree with Mr. Denning. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this now.
Yeah.
I do agree with you. If the consent list rolled that way, they would
Right.
fall right next to each
Yeah.
other.
I just think
Yeah.
what if somebody pulls one and then
No,
you get out
So
of
pull it
order?
up just,
Okay.
just to be
Sure.
sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the only slight difference, and it's 4-1 though, is that St. Mark's, the two articles there go first.
No, I'm okay with that. I just want the outgone, I want the CPA part moved up. That's,
Fine. Well,
yeah, so I'm good.
Okay, all
Okay.
right. We are in agreement. Okay, so I think we've got the ordering in pretty good shape too. Okay, so I don't know what else we can do tonight as far as.
Did you want to do anything with the citizen petition? You had
Yeah,
mentioned?
I was gonna ask that question. So I'm just gonna caution on the citizens petition. Historically, those are after the general. And I think as much as I'd like to move it up for you, I think unless we're consistent, someone's gonna bring forward an article and want us to move it up for a citizens petition.
Well, I still expect more citizens petitions before this is over with.
Right, so I
That's the
think-
23rd. So James, is that okay with you?
Sorry, I mean, I'd love to move it up, but I just think for consistency and for somebody to maybe think it's not fair that we're doing something. That's
Yep,
all.
I think so.
But you came in first, so we can do yours first as far as citizens petitions. Everybody agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You can go first. The citizens petition, he wants the voting age to be reduced from 18 to 17. Okay,
For local elections only.
for local elections only, because we can't control
Yep.
state and federal. Yeah, what he can control. All right, everybody okay with what we
Yep,
done this?
yep,
Okay.
perfect.
Yep.
All right, where are we?
Building commissioner.
Bill Commission. Okay, so. So Mark explained why this is on here, right? We've got a vacancy, about to another vacancy. We know what a horrible job market there is just generally in the country. So do we want to talk about tonight what we want to do? Do we want to wait till next week? She's going to leave. She's not giving us much notice here, so she's leaving pretty fast. We know we've got a part-time person that can hopefully fill in until we get the person, but do we want to talk about tonight the process we want to go through? Do we want to do it, try to do an internal posting, see where that goes? That doesn't render anything, then talk to Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch,
Um,
yeah. Also,
Get
Art,
a, get a
for your
volume discount here.
comments earlier about Ms. Lavoli's connections in the state organization, can she help us find some candidates out there? Maybe she knows some people.
Well, and that's just it. So obviously I defer to the chair, I defer to the board, how you want to proceed with this. The only reason this item was on is if the board, and Ms. Cook had said this, if the board decides you want to basically, do our own posting, and as you suggest, take a shot. Ms. Hale has some thoughts as to how we can, try to look for some candidates. And again, there are some other processes out there, so we can be made aware of other candidates that might be looking. If we do want to do that, and you're comfortable with us doing that first, I'd rather you tell us that tonight, so that we could at least get going and be a week ahead of the game. But if the board is undecided how you want to proceed with this, then we can wait.
I think this is short money for Mr. Lynch, frankly, and he might be willing to cut us a deal for 2 searches versus 1. I don't know.
Volume discount. I would prefer to at least try it internally for maybe a short window and save. I mean, I know it's not much money, but it's still $9,000. So I wish I would rather try it first, see what happens, right? And so empower Vanessa and Mark to go forward tomorrow morning. Let's see what happens. Talk to Lori, see what she can come up with, right? See if she can help us, right? And then react pretty quickly if it looks like nothing's coming up.
I'm okay with that.
So thank you. The one piece, just so Ms. Hale doesn't have to get up, is that have been taking a look at the current job description, and I think there may be some suggested tweaks to it. Obviously, they need to be approved by this board. With the understanding of what you just said, we'll bring that forward to the meeting on the 15th for the board to review and approve. So we have a revised job description available.
Okay. Okay with that?
Good.
All right.
Did I forget anything? Okay, thanks.
All right, I think we're done except for public comment, executive session. Okay, so final public comment, no one's left. Bridget is our only public. Right now? No, because it's not on our agenda. It really is not, David. I appreciate your coming tonight. I appreciate what you said. It's not an article, no. No. Okay. Okay. Any other public comment? I say no. We're not forcing you to get up.
Well, no, I just want to understand, if the land swap doesn't work and you have to pay the 290 back, right? You must pay the 290 back. And where's that money gonna come from?
So we haven't discussed it. So, you brought it up tonight. It's in our heads. So we just can't give you an answer because we haven't
I see,
discussed
I
it
see.
tonight. So it's in your head, but thank you for bringing it up. It's a good point. Okay. Okay, so, yes, I've heard that before too. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're about to go into executive session, guys, so we will have to say goodnight.
Thank you for coming.
Yep. Both
Hope
of
you
you.
learned all kinds of good things.
So we need a vote to enter executive session.
All right, we can go ahead and do the vote. He's getting ready. Okay, so I will make a motion to enter into executive session per MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21, and not return to open session to discuss contract negotiations for the finance director using exemption 2. And it's been determined that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's position.
Second,
And all in favor?
roll call, after roll call.
I don't, okay.
I think you do
I'm
need
gonna
to-
call you. Roll call vote. Drew,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Lisa,
Aye.
Chelsea.
Aye.
Because I, so 5-0 roll call vote. Okay, so we'll wait.
To enter into.
Leave.